Chapter 508. In the dilapidated city, the sound of battle roared. Even if everyone tried their best to control it at the moment of life and death, who cared if they would attack the sealed boundary? They could not wait to attack the sealed boundary and perish together with the enemy. After entering the bounded zone, whether it was the people from Star Town or the restricted zone, the rank 9s still wanted to live. But the rank 7s all knew that the chances of walking out alive were not high. Even if they did not die here, if they really entered the bounded zone, they would most likely die. How could it be so easy to reach a place where even the absolute peak had fallen? How many people who had cultivated to this level could not see through it? They were fighting fiercely, but Fang Ping's face was pale. Wang Jinyang's face was already extremely stiff. Less than 100 meters in front of the wall, 2 rank 7 martial artists were fighting to the death. Such a close distance, almost right in front of them. 4 high-rank powerhouses, this distance was really not considered far. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not dare to move. These martial artists had not reached the point where they were half dead yet. Now was not the time to take advantage of them. Just as the 2 rank 7s were about to reach the wall, in the distance, Rose King roared angrily, shouting, "Do you really want to perish together with me?" At this moment, everyone felt a strong life aura rising. In the next moment, Rose King, who was initially a little dispirited, recovered in an instant, reaching peak, or at least peak energy. Rose King, who was initially besieged by the 3 of them, suddenly erupted. Her divine sword unleashed an incomparably powerful force. With one slash, the 3 rank 9 powerhouses were sent flying backward, crashing into countless broken walls. "Bamboo life!" Tai Mu's cold voice rang, saying coldly, "How dare you betray King Song?" "Divine General Tai Mu, I have no intention of betraying." "All right, then let's join forces and kill Yang Daohong." "Bamboo life, you said you did not betray. Resurrected martial artists are our great enemies. Are you going to refuse?" Yang Daohong said faintly, "City Lord Rose, do you believe this? Whether you betray or not, it's a good thing for us humans. If you really leave the restricted zone camp, we humans will not make things difficult for you in order to have one less enemy. Instead, we hope that you can live longer. And people like Tai Mu will let you live? Rose City Lord, why don't you and I join forces and exterminate the people from the Forbidden Zone?" The Rose King released her life energy and absorbed a large amount of life essence to restore her peak battle power. At this moment, she was no longer a target for them to kill. The few people who were fighting to the death just now stopped instantly and began to plot against each other to rope in the Rose Queen. Yang Daohong's words were more convincing than Tai Mu's. As soon as Yu Ming heard that, she smiled sweetly and said, "Bamboo life, there's an old saying in the land of rebirth. Those who are not of the same race must have different intentions. You're a citizen of God's land and a city lord. You've killed countless resurrected martial artists. How can the land of resurrection tolerate you?" Tai Mu also said in a deep voice, "Zhu Ming, you haven't made a big mistake yet. As long as you help me kill the people of Star Dominion City, I swear that as long as you leave this bounded domain, I will never report what happened today to Monarch Song." "Me too." Rose Queen seemed to be in a dilemma, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. "Do you think I'm 3 years old?" Among the 3 parties, he had the weakest foundation. If he did not become a true monarch, even if he made it out alive, he would definitely die. The land of rebirth would not let go of an executioner who killed a large number of their martial artists and destroyed their city. In the restricted area, he had traversed the land of Far West and exposed his whereabouts. With Monarch Song's personality, he would definitely kill him. If he did not become a true monarch, he would either stay here forever or die. If he wanted to survive, the only way was to kill everyone present. Rose King's gaze swept across the 2 parties. There were 3 rank 9s. Even if he had a large amount of life essence in his body, it would be difficult for him to kill all 3 of them. He had to first unite with one party and kill them. Only then would he have the chance to eliminate them. Was it to unite the resurrected martial artists? Or were they from the restricted area? Rose King's gaze swept across the few of them. Suddenly, he moved and charged toward the enchanting woman. Yang Daohong did not wait for him to speak and charged toward Taimu. There were 2 rank 9s in the restricted area. Moreover, their combat strength was not at its peak. Kill them first. Taimu was not surprised, but he was still furious. He roared, "Bamboo Life, are you really not going to think about your children? Life and death are decreed by fate." Rose King responded coldly. Catacomb City lords usually had descendants in the restricted area. They were roped in and also hostages. However, since he had taken the step, he was already prepared. If his children and grandchildren in the restricted area died, then so be it. When he became a true monarch, he would give birth to descendants who were more talented. Rose King, who was at his peak, was extremely powerful. Yu Ming was no match for him at all. These Catacomb City lords, especially those who faced humans on the front line, might not have the highest realm, but they definitely did not lack combat experience. Although there were battles in the restricted area too, battles between the 2 factions and the people of Stellar Sky City often broke out. However, there were not many instances of life and death battles. The ones who truly faced life and death were still the frontline city, lords like them. Every human powerhouse, some old and severely injured rank 8s, and some desperate rank 9s in the last moments of their lives. The first people they wanted to take away were these people. Although Tian'an Catacombs had only been opened for a few years, Rose King did not lack this kind of combat experience. The enchanting woman, Yu Ming, was not in peak condition to begin with. She had been in the bounded zone for a very long time. Previously, she had fought with Yang Daohong, who was at his peak for a long time, and just now she had fought with Rose King for a long time. After a few times, her condition had slipped to the lowest point. At this moment, facing Rose King, who was in peak condition, after a few exchanges, her chest was pierced by Rose King's sword. Yu Ming's face looked somewhat ferocious as he roared, "Bamboo Life, don't you dare!" Idiot! Rose King did not pay attention to her at all. At this time, they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no such thing as not daring. Just as Yu Ming roared, Rose King's body suddenly expanded. Rose King, who was originally about the same size as a normal human, became a giant in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 meters tall. This expansion was not for the sake of doing useless work. Rose King, who had a huge body, also had a huge increase in strength. With one sword, she sent Yu Ming flying, and her speed was also extremely fast. Almost at the moment when Yu Ming was sent flying, Rose King's body was like a phantom, instantly appearing in front of her. She once again raised her sword, lifting Yu Ming up a bit. At this moment, Rose King erupted with all her strength. One sword after another, every sword was lifted up, and Yu Ming was hit higher and higher. Taimu, who was fighting with Yang Daohong, saw this scene and roared, "Crack!" Rose King was hitting Yu Ming towards the space, crack high up in the sky. It involved space. Even if it was a level 9 expert, once he was trapped in the space crack, he would definitely die. Yu Ming naturally knew Rose King's goal, but she was indeed not Rose King's opponent. At this moment, Rose King was forcing her to retreat towards the space crack, and she could not fall at all. Looking at the waves coming from above, Yu Ming's heart palpitated, and her face was extremely ferocious. "Damn it, you guys forced me. You guys forced me to do this." At this moment, Yu Ming was completely crazy. Originally, when she was arranged to come to the bounded domain, she was unwilling. However, with 3 level 9 experts accompanying her, and Pine Monarch promised to take back the real monarch's remains, he would choose one of them to walk the real monarch's path. This kind of temptation was extremely great. But Taiyu died before she could see the remains. Zhu Ming even betrayed Pine Monarch and wanted to kill her. Yu Ming was unwilling and hysterical and screamed, If you want to die, then let's die together. When a woman went crazy, she was more terrifying than a man. At the moment when Yu Ming screamed, the few level 9 experts felt a strong sense of crisis. Tai Mu's face changed dramatically. With a roar, he forced Yang Daohong to retreat and flew away from Yu Ming without looking back. At the same time, Rose King's face also changed dramatically. He was naturally confident that he could kill Yu Ming, and he was even confident that the other party could not attack the sealed domain. Yu Ming was not in his peak state, and it was completely impossible for him to escape from his control and perish together with him. Even if Yu Ming self-destructed, it would be the same. But at this moment, Yu Ming did not self-destruct. A half-real, half-illusory little pine tree appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was not a divine weapon, nor was it a mentality materialization. The half-real, half-illusory little pine tree was like a living thing, and there was even a human face on its trunk. Zhu Ming. At this moment, the half-real, half-illusory little tree actually spoke. Rose King's face changed dramatically, and he turned around to leave. The little tree did not care about him, and only looked a little regretful and murmured, "I haven't gone in yet." The small tree seemed to be very disappointed when it murmured. And under the situation where he did not move at all, an extremely terrifying mentality attack suddenly broke out from all directions and attacked him. In the sky, the previously lifeless space crack actually began to fall and cut towards him. Underground, the sealed domain burst out waves of seemingly substantial mentality attack. The entire dilapidated city seemed to have come to life. Attacks from all directions were aimed at the little tree, and Rose King and the other level 9 experts were near the little tree, and these attacks also covered them. Tai Mu, who was the first to escape, roared angrily, "You're crazy!" "They still haven't left the sealed domain. Is Yu Ming crazy?" The enchanting woman laughed sharply. "If you want to die, then die together, die together!" The moment her voice fell, a pitch-black crack, almost without her having any reaction, swept across the top of her head. The next moment, half of Yu Ming's head disappeared, completely disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the entire bounded domain, and a crack swept across, followed by several more cracks. Every time it swept across, a part of Yu Ming's body disappeared. Until now, Yu Ming was still not dead. In front of him, a mentality condensed into Yu Ming's figure, and he said sharply, "Die together! All of you die!" The next moment, Yu Ming's mentality poured into the scimitar in his hand, and then the mentality and the scimitar converged, bursting out a radiance like that of the sun. The scimitar did not attack Rose King. Instead, it attacked Tai Mu, who had escaped the furthest, and was about to leave the covered domain. Tai Mu was about to go crazy. "Yu Ming!" Tai Mu let out a furious roar. This woman actually wanted to drag him to die together. Why? At this moment, Tai Mu really could not accept it. "All of you die, ha ha ha!" A distorted laughter burst out from the scimitar, and a moment later, a deafening explosion was heard. Below Tai Mu, an extremely powerful mentality attack burst out again, mixed with the explosive power of a 9th-grade divine weapon and a 9th-grade expert's mentality. In the blink of an eye, Tai Mu's flesh and blood splattered, and his body exploded, completely covered by the energy radiance and mentality. At the same time, Yang Daohong and Rose King were also facing an incomparable crisis. Streaks of black cracks silently swept past the two of them. The appearance of the cracks was silent and could not be detected at all. Yang Daohong was caught off guard, and his right foot was suddenly swept past. In an instant, his right foot disappeared, as if it had never been there. Yang Daohong's heart palpitated, and he hurriedly flew out. As for Rose King, she was also panicking at this moment, and she roared continuously. Not only did she not avoid the mentality attack, but she also took the initiative to run underground. The air was more dangerous than underground. Although the mentality attack was dangerous, no matter how dangerous it it was not as dangerous as being in the air. Rose King's flesh and blood exploded, and golden blood spurted out from her 7 orifices. The divine longsword emitted an intense light, forcefully slashing the mentality attack that had materialized. These few people were not the main target of the cracks and the mentality attack. They were just collateral damage. All these attacks were aimed at the little pine tree in the air from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the little pine tree expanded against the wind, instantly turning into a towering giant tree. On the tree trunk, an old face appeared, looking at the boundary wall from afar, sighing softly. What a pity. Still can't see what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, the big tree's branches whipped at the void, and the surrounding mentality attack was instantly shattered and dissipated, and the big tree became even more illusory. Looking at the boundary wall from afar again, the big tree suddenly extended infinitely, and a branch quickly whipped at Yang Daohong, who was about to escape. Yang Daohong's face was pale, and he could not restrain his anger. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The next moment, a huge word appeared in front of him: suppress. The huge golden word floated in the void and began to suppress everything, including the falling spatial cracks, the underground mentality attack, and suppressing the illusory big tree. Ha ha ha. Is that all the old ghost from Star Cluster City can do? On the trunk of the big tree, the old man revealed a mocking expression and muttered, "Then don't even think about entering." As soon as he said that, the illusory big tree erupted with an earth-shattering aura that soared into the sky. At this moment, countless pitch-black cracks appeared in midair. These cracks descended almost instantly. In an instant, the big tree disappeared. The golden suppress word flickered for a while, and the golden light became weaker and weaker. Soon, the suppress word was enveloped by countless cracks, and it disappeared without a trace. When the big tree and the suppress word disappeared, the ancient city quieted down. Just like it had been for thousands of years, it was dead silent. In the forest of death, countless demonic beasts and demonic plants had already begun to flee when the big tree appeared and the cracks descended. Some fled to the farthest part of the boundary, while others fled toward the forbidden sea. Outside the boundary, on the other side of the imperial sea mountain, an incomparably huge figure appeared. Its eyes were like the sun as it looked at the boundary, as if it could see through everything. In the imperial sea mountain, Commander Li did not reveal his fiend godlike body. Instead, he stood proudly in the void and looked at the boundary as well. He muttered, "Did we fail?" In the distance, the huge figure seemed to have heard his words. It was unknown whether it was mockery or disappointment, but it said in an extremely complicated tone, "It seems that those people don't approve of you. How laughable and pathetic. Netherworld King, in the end it's all in vain. I really want to see the moment when you feel hopeless and helpless. Ha ha ha." Li Zhen looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Even if I die, I'll bring a few with me. King Song, I'll definitely bring you along. Do you dare to take the gamble?" The figure paused for a moment and sneered. After a while, the huge figure disappeared without a trace. Li Zhen did not care about him, but there was still some disappointment in his eyes. They failed. Startown City was not able to enter the inner area, and the sealed realm did not give Startown City a chance to enter the inner area. Sigh. With a sigh, it left his body and dispersed. The opening of Tiannan's catacombs did not achieve their expectations in the end. Not only did they not get back Patriarch Yang's remains, but they also failed in this attempt. When would Tiannan's boundary land be opened? Boundary land, ancient city. In the city, the tallest wall still collapsed with a loud bang. Among the rubble, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang looked like they were dead, crushed by countless rubble, motionless. Even though the few rank 9s were not here, even though those attacks were not aimed at them. However, that kind of power that could destroy everything, that doomsday-like attack, even if it was just a little aftershock, had shattered Fang Ping's mentality countless times. Fang Ping did not die, but he felt that he might as well be dead. At this moment, his thoughts were intermittent. The feeling of emptiness made him feel as if he was imprisoned in the world's cage, completely isolated from this world. Recover. Recover mentality. The only thought that remained of his consciousness was to recover his mentality. Recover. His mentality began to recover. However, his consciousness still did not return. The huge ancient city seemed to be lifeless at this moment, as if everyone had died. The emptiness was frightening. Fang Ping did not know how much time had passed. Maybe it was just a few seconds, maybe it was a long time. Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, Fang Ping, who was among the rubble, opened his eyes. In front of him was a huge energy sun. The night had passed. At this moment, Fang Ping's only thought was, had the night of last night passed, or had God knows how many nights had passed? The great battle earlier had happened at night. Now it was daybreak. Fang Ping's eyeballs turned. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Wang Jinyang, who was also buried, as if he was not breathing. Was he dead? Fang Ping suddenly had such a thought. This time, did he still lose the gamble after all? Fang Ping did not expect that the apocalyptic scene would appear in the end. Was the rank 9 still alive? Were the other rank 7 and 8 still alive? Were Zhang Qingnan and the rest still alive? The explosion this time affected a wide range. He did not know where Zhang Qingnan and the rest were brought to. If they were nearby, with those people's strength, they might be dead already, right? Twisting his head with difficulty, Fang Ping wanted to raise his hand subconsciously, only to realize that this time he had really become a skeleton. His flesh and blood had exploded to the point that there was almost nothing left. When the materialized mentality aftermath attacked, Fang Ping was the one who resisted it forcefully. The strong mentality pressure crushed his flesh and blood, and his brain exploded. At this moment, Fang Ping had a slight impression of it. His flesh and blood had exploded at that time. It was even more serious than the last time. Old Wang, this time Fang Ping did not shout out. He realized that he could barely speak. There had never been a time when he was injured to this extent. He almost did not feel that he was still alive. Realizing that he was in this state, Fang Ping was a little self-deprecating. He had overestimated himself, actually wanting to be the Oriole. He thought that these rank 9s would go according to his plan. When those rank 9s were far away from this place, he calculated that these people would fight until they were exhausted. Maybe 1 or 2 would die. Then he could show off his skills and be the fisherman. However, Fang Ping did not expect that just a trace of the aftermath would almost kill him. A fisherman with no ability, Fang Ping laughed at himself in his heart. He turned his body over with difficulty. His skeletal arm gently pushed Wang Jinyang, who was covered in blood. Was he really dead? While pushing Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping recovered his vitality. Although his mentality had recovered, at this time, Fang Ping still had a splitting headache. Even his memory was a little messed up. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping's skeletal arm suddenly felt a slight vibration. Fang Ping's heart jolted. He managed to regain some clarity and continued to push Wang Jinyang. "Don't push!" Fang Ping, whose vitality had recovered, could barely speak now. He said bitterly, "Not dead." Almost. Fang Ping said no more. He began to use his vitality force to repair his body. It was good that he was not dead. If a martial artist did not die directly and was hanging on, then there was still hope. What he was afraid of was that he would die directly. Then everything would be over. Vitality force was consumed rapidly. His dull golden bones began to regain their luster slowly. His broken internal organs were forcefully pieced together. His flesh, however, could not be regenerated anymore. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's body was also emitting a faint golden glow. Fang Ping wanted to rub against him, but seeing old Wang's weak look, his heart beating only after a while, he decided not to. If he did not have enough imperishable substance, old Wang could not recover himself. If he rubbed against him, then this fellow would be finished. While healing his injuries, Fong Ping forced himself to think. Were they all dead? Forget about the few rank 9s. Perhaps they were all dead. After all, the power that erupted at that time was simply too terrifying. It was like the end of the world. But the few rank 7s here might not be dead. Fong Ping did not die. He even managed to protect Old Wang, although it had something to do with his mentality constantly recovering. Rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had stronger mentality than him and were more resilient. They might not necessarily die. On both sides of Star Town and the restricted area, there were a total of 4 rank 8s and 7 rank 7s. However, 2 rank 7s had self-destructed as soon as they arrived. One restricted area rank 7 brought Zhang Qingnan and the rest to God knows where. At that time, there were 4 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s in the battle. Among these 8 people, some might have died. But Fong Ping felt that there should be others who were still alive. Although these people had been fighting for a long time and were not in peak condition, if Fong Ping and I were lying in this pile of rocks, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago. But even if they're not dead, they're probably about the same as me. Otherwise, if Old Wang and I were lying in this pile of rocks, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago. Although both of them were covered in rubble, if one were to look carefully, they would still be able to be seen. And now the night had passed. No one came. Those who were still alive were probably in a terrible state. Just as Fong Ping was still thinking about these, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yang Daohong, Taimu, you guys are really lucky. This was the voice of the Rose King. The next moment, Yang Daohong's voice rang out too. He was out of breath, panting, saying, City Lord Rose, no matter how much life essence you have, you've hurt your foundation. It's hard to recover. Don't tell me you want to kill us. At least I'm stronger than you guys. Cough, cough, cough. Bamboo life. You want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that I'll summon Pine King's immortal deity too? You're about to die, yet you still dare to talk big. The Rose King sneered. If Pine King really wanted to split 2 immortal deities, he would have been killed by the true king of the land of rebirth a long time ago. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Try it then. Try it then. As soon as she finished speaking, an explosive sound rang out. The Rose King attacked. At this moment, Yang Daohong and Tai Mu had a tacit understanding. They attacked the Rose King at the same time. The 3 of them started fighting again. Not far away, Fong Ping popped out his half-destroyed head. He stared at it for a while and shook his head slightly. These people were really energetic. They were injured to this extent, but they were still fighting. Yang Daohong was missing an arm and a leg. He could not even float. He was beating the Rose King with 1 hand and 1 leg. Tai Mu was in an even worse state. Half of his head was gone. He was also missing an arm, and he was kicking the Rose King. As for the Rose King, he was slightly better. At least his body was intact. However, he forced his way into the ceiling boundaries attack range. His mentality was almost completely obliterated. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet. Yet he was still laughing loudly and attacking the 2 of them. He was miserable. But these 2 fellows were even more miserable. The 3 rank 9 powerhouses were like street thugs now. They punched and kicked. They did not even use their weapons. Their mentality was depleted. The divine weapon had been blown to God knows where. Without mentality, a divine weapon was just a slightly sharper weapon. It was more worthwhile to just hammer the other party to death. The 3 of them were fighting fiercely. Fong Ping did not look at them. Instead, he turned his head and took a look. Not far away, a few golden skeletons stood up. As expected, there were still rank 8 powerhouses. However, out of the 4 from earlier, only 2 were left now. The remaining 2 were either dead or had not recovered. For a moment, Fong Ping could not tell which of the 2 golden skeletons were from Star Town and which were from the restricted area. Everyone had used up all their energy, HP, and mental power. Without these characteristic auras to distinguish them, he could not tell anything from the golden skeletons alone. The most important thing was that their clothes had long been destroyed. Fang Ping was not too familiar with them. How could he tell who was who? Fang Ping could not tell who was who. The two golden skeletons seemed to be at a loss too. They stood tens of meters away from each other, not moving for a moment. Then the two skeletons looked at Fang Ping. At this moment, although Fang Ping was still hiding his aura, the skeleton that was also golden was still very eye-catching. Who was this person? Two of the three skeletons looked at each other. Fang Ping did not move. He wanted to see if these two fellows could recognize that he was a living person. Chapter 509. Not far away, the three rank 9s were still fighting. On the other side, the three skeletons did not start fighting. They were probably not fully conscious. They were in a stalemate for a while. After a long time, the two golden skeletons probably recognized each other's identity. In the next moment, the two golden skeletons started fighting. As for the one on the side, it seemed to be dead. He did not care about it for now. This also meant that the two were not from the same family. However, when the two of them fought, it was also skeleton against skeleton. Clashing sounds were heard. Fang Ping really could not recognize who was from Stellar Sky City. Who is who? After a while, Fang Ping glanced at the skeleton on the left suspiciously. Don't ask him why he would be suspicious if his face was broken. Fang Ping did show a suspicious attitude. The one on the left looked a little like Li Mo. He had seen Li Mo a few times. He even had close contact with him in MCMAU. The skeleton on the left, with its flesh, looked a little like Li Mo, right? After a while, Fang Ping confirmed it. The one on the left was Li Mo. As the two started fighting, some dim, imperishable matter began to appear. This thing could also be used to distinguish auras. The skeleton on the left was Li Mo. Fang Ping could not be bothered with the one on the right. At this moment, the two skeletons had very little imperishable matter. It was not golden, but dark gold. It seemed a little sparse. Too much imperishable matter had been consumed. This also caused both of them to be unable to recover their flesh. They could only continue fighting in this state. They've already become skeletons, but they're still fighting with such vigor. Sigh. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He began to watch from the side. This time, he was prepared to watch the show until the end. Now it seemed like a rank 8 had died. Now that he had a golden skeleton, no one would care about him. He could openly watch people fight. 3 rank 9s and 2 rank 8s. The fight was vigorous. If they had energy and mentality, when these people fought, it would actually be more magic damage. But now it had become physical damage. The collision of skeleton against skeleton. The collision of flesh against flesh. Even if they were all heavily injured, the fight was still extremely intense. Even at this stage, these people were still extremely powerful. Fang Ping watched for a while. He had a rough idea in his heart. According to this stance, he had a chance against the rank 8s. However, the 3 rank 9s at the side, Fang Ping felt that it might be difficult. Even though these 3 rank 9s were fighting to this extent, their abilities were still extremely terrifying. Their physiques had reached a terrifying realm. Fang Ping felt that even if he coordinated celestiality and used the chaos vanquishing saber, he might not be able to kill the other party. If we continue to fight until his body collapses, then I'll probably be able to reap the benefits. Fang Ping prayed in his heart. However, when he saw the rich life force on Rose King's body and that it was still recovering, Fang Ping felt like dying. Damn, how much life essence did this guy hide? How much did they consume? Rosette, Queen, continuously consumed her life essence to heal her wounds. The more she fought, the braver she became. Among the 3 of them, Taimu's injuries seemed to be the heaviest. Even though he was the first to run, he was tricked by Yuming and almost died. At this moment, seeing that Bamboo Life was becoming more and more courageous, Taimu roared in anger. Yan Daohong! If I die, you won't have it easy either. Kill him. Yang Daohong did not look too good. Taimu shouted angrily again. You want him to exhaust me to death? Fine, then let's die together. As he said this, Taimu actually stopped attacking Rose King and attacked Yang Daohong instead. Yang Daohong's expression was ice cold. Suddenly, he let out a cold roar and a large amount of golden blood spurted out of his mouth. Yang Daohong spat blood as he roared, "Stop him!" Seeing this, Taimu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and began to fight with Rose King, even though his flesh was collapsing again and again. Rose King's expression was ugly. He stared at Yang Daohong for a while, but he did not really understand what he was trying to do. People from Star Town rarely appeared in the small domain. In terms of familiarity, she was not as familiar with him as Taimu. At this moment, Yang Daohong kept spitting blood. The golden blood gathered in the air. Then, Yang Daohong dipped his finger in the blood and began to draw. In the blink of an eye, a suppress word appeared. Seeing this word, Rose King's expression changed drastically. He did not forget how terrifying it was when this word appeared beside Yang Daohong. Even the space cracks were suppressed. If it were not for the fact that there were too many cracks at the end and Pine King's immortal deity deliberately messing around, perhaps that suppress word could really suppress the rebellion of the sealed world. How can this be? Rose King shouted angrily. How could he still write this word? However, the next moment, Rose King's expression calmed down a little. He grabbed Taimu and tore off his remaining arm. Throwing it to the side, he said coldly, "Just SOO." The word that Yang Daohong wrote did not have the invincible aura that could suppress everything. Yang Daohong did not utter a word. At this moment, both of Taimu's arms had completely disappeared. Seeing this, he roared, "Quick! Yang Daohong, don't force me." Yang Daohong was deliberately stalling for time. Hearing this, Yang Daohong's expression changed. He snorted coldly again, and the suppress word instantly condensed into a line. Then it broke through the air and appeared in front of Rose King. Rose King was already prepared and immediately retreated. But at this moment, Rose King's expression changed. The suppress word instantly magnified countless times and directly covered him. What is this? Rose King was shocked and angry. This word was like a huge net, covering him in an instant. The moment he was covered, Rose King found that his movements were a little sluggish. Even the energy in his body seemed to have stagnated. Idiot! Taimu sneered. How could the ultimate technique created by the 13 true monarchs of Stellar Sky City be so easily broken? At this moment, Rose King was constantly bombarding the golden word. Although the golden word was trembling, it still pressed down. "Taimu, let's do it together." Yang Daohong's face was as white as a sheet. He shouted, "Quick!" Taimu snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Losing his arms didn't affect his movements at all. In the next moment, Taimu jumped onto the golden character and kicked down with all his might. The golden character pressed down faster and faster, starting to push the Rose King downwards. The energy crystal ground started to crack. At this moment, Rose King knew their goal. This word could not suppress him to death. They wanted to blast him into the sealed world. His spiritual energy was depleted. Once he was attacked by the sealed world again, his spiritual energy would be completely obliterated. Even if he was still alive, he would be a walking dead man. Dream on! Rose King roared. His life essence was consumed like it was worthless. Energy was condensed to the extreme, bombarding the golden word again and again. Yang Daohong's face turned paler and paler. Golden blood gushed out of his mouth, spraying toward the gradually dimming suppress word. As his blood flowed in, the suppress word exploded with intense golden light once again. Taimu, on the other hand, riveted with all his strength. His legs turned golden, and together with Yang Daohong he suppressed Rose King. At this moment, Fong Ping was dumbfounded. What was this? Combat technique? Secret technique? Did Star City have this move? Using blood to write a word could suppress a rank 9? Rose King's mentality was depleted, but his energy was always full. He was not in peak condition, but he was still half a rank 9. How could he be suppressed by a word? Also, F*ck, Rose King was so extravagant. His life essence was almost seeping out of his body. That was not all F*ck. This guy actually spewed out a stream of fountain of life. Then, the fountain of life exploded under his control. Boom! An explosion was heard. The golden word began to show signs of cracking. Yang Daohong! Tai Mu roared again. If this went on, Rose King would break free. Use destroy! Tai Mu knew Yang Daohong very well. At this moment, he started asking Yang Daohong to change his move. Yang Daohong's expression was extremely ugly. He said angrily, "Mentality has been depleted. I can't use it anymore." Tai Mu said angrily, "Then we'll wait to die together." As long as Rose King broke free, with his current condition, he could kill both of them. Yang Daohong glanced at Tai Mu and said coldly, "Then we'll die together." At this time, you still want to hide a backup plan. If you die, then so be it. Tai Mu's expression was uncertain. Then he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a short axe appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Daohong sneered. This guy said that his mentality was depleted, but in reality, he still had the strength for one last attack. He and Rose King's mentality were really depleted, but Tai Mu was not. This guy was at the periphery earlier. Although his injuries were also very serious, they were slightly lighter than theirs. Even the divine weapon could still be used. Once the divine weapon appeared, Yang Daohong said coldly, "If I can't kill him in one move, shove it in and self-destruct." Tai Mu's expression was ugly. He growled, "Self-destruct? If you withdraw the suppress word, I'll die too." As he spoke, Tai Mu shouted, "You come up too. Let's suppress him together." Yang Daohong's expression kept changing. But soon, he leaped into the air and flew onto the golden word. Seeing him come up, Tai Mu felt more at ease. He didn't care that he had no arms. He used his mentality to control the short axe to fly down. At this time, there were no restrictions. As soon as his short axe appeared, Rose King was already frightened and started to fight with all his might. Blow after blow was sent out. The golden word dimmed and cracked. Even through the words, Yang Daohong and Tai Mu kept coughing up blood. "Explode!" Yang Daohong shouted, ordering Tai Mu to self-destruct his divine weapon. Tai Mu's face was ashen. He didn't say anything. When the divine weapon fell under the suppress word, Tai Mu roared and the divine weapon glowed with brilliant light. Rose King roared and gathered a large amount of life essence in his hands. This time, it wasn't to heal or recover from his injuries. Instead, it was mixed with the imperishable substance and started to erase the violent energy on the divine weapon. Even though he was madly erasing the violent energy, the divine weapon had an owner. Tai Mu controlled the self-destruction, so he couldn't stop it. Feeling danger approaching, Rose King was enraged. He suddenly stopped attacking the divine weapon. Instead, his body swelled into a giant. His arms exploded, and he clenched his fists, punching towards the suppress word. One punch, another punch. The two people above had already coughed up blood. Their bodies were also starting to explode. Boom! Just as Rose King's suppress word started to shatter, the divine weapon self-destructed. Ah! A scream rang out. This time, the range of the self-destruction was very small. It only happened within the area covered by the golden word. The ground collapsed, and a crystal-like barrier of the ceiling realm appeared. The divine weapon self-destruction was compressed into this small area. In an instant, it caused a fierce counterattack from the ceiling realm. From afar, Fang Ping wanted to vomit blood as he watched. There was no other reason. Rose King, this old fellow, was attacked by the materialized mentality. When his body was destroyed, the life essence flowed around his body like water. It consumed the life essence madly to heal his injuries. However, the life essence could replenish energy and heal injuries. It had the function of reviving the dead. However, it was not very helpful for the recovery of mentality. As for the Sealing Realm, it was mainly a mentality attack. Rose King's injuries were healing. However, his face was getting paler and paler. His eyes were starting to lose focus. Rumble. After a series of explosions, it finally ended. At this time, the golden word had already disappeared. Underground, in the deep pit, Rose King was blasted out. Golden blood flowed continuously from his 7 orifices. It was as if he had lost his life. Beside him, Yang Daohong and Tai Mu were not much better. Their faces were as white as paper. Their eyes were dull. These rank 9 have so many killer moves. This time, the counterattack was controlled within the suppression area of the golden word. It had nothing to do with Fong Ping and the others. However, Fong Ping was still a little shocked. Rank 9. Sure enough, they were not just for show. These guys were not dead yet. How many times had they been attacked? His trump cards came one after another. Do they still have killer moves? What else can they do? Fong Ping was still thinking about this problem. The 2 golden skeletons next to him stopped fighting. They ran toward Yang Daohong and the others together. Both of them passed by Fong Ping. However, they did not have time to deal with their compatriot. They ran toward the rank 9s without looking back. When the 2 golden skeletons ran over, Li Mo started attacking Tai Mu. The other one attacked Yang Daohong. Fong Ping watched for a while. He was a little sure that these guys had probably reached their limit. Now, the 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. They were really using their bones and bodies to collide with each other. The key question was, did no one care about Rose King when the 4 of them were in a chaotic battle? He was not dead. Rose King was indeed not dead. However, rank 9s had their own judgment. Rose King might not be dead, but his mentality was almost completely obliterated. This guy was no different from a living dead. Kill the ones who were still conscious first. 2 cripples and 2 skeletons were fighting fiercely. After a while, 2 more golden skeletons ran over from afar, charging toward them. Rank 8 was not dead. In the beginning, everyone was still fighting. When the other 2 golden skeletons joined the battle, the few of them fought even more fiercely. However, the next moment, 2 people and 4 skeletons stopped moving at the same time. In the distance, Fong Ping's golden skeleton was still there. Everyone was stunned. Motherf asterisk her. Was it an illusion? What was going on? Why was there an additional rank 8? The 2 people and 4 skeletons opposite looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping also looked at them. He was also very speechless. I thought that 2 of them were dead. That's why I stayed here to watch the show. I didn't expect that they were still alive. Everything was fine. He could not just leave like that. Initially, everyone did not seem to care about him. Fong Ping was ready to retreat into the gravel. He did not expect to be discovered. At this moment, the scene was extremely strange. Yang Daohong and the others were about to break down. Who the F asterisk CK was this? Why was there an additional golden skeleton? Had it been there all along, or had it just appeared? No, this was not a golden body powerhouse that had been dead for a long time. There was still some flesh and blood on its body. Its head was not completely smashed either. The most important thing was that fellow's eyeballs were still there. Motherf asterisk her. They were staring wide open. Damn it! Tai Mu roared furiously. In an instant, he distanced himself from everyone. He even distanced himself from the 2 skeletons beside him. At this moment, too many doubts arose in his heart. The 2 people beside him, were they really the 2 subordinates? 5 golden skeletons. There was an additional one. Who was real and who was fake? The skeleton in front, was it alive or dead? If it was alive, why did it not have any aura? If it was dead, why did everyone feel that it was still alive? This strange atmosphere lasted for a while. Yang Daohong's expression kept changing. He asked coldly, "Who are you, sir?" Hearing that, Tai Mu swept a glance at Yang Daohong. Yang Daohong coldly snorted and said, "He's not someone from Star Town." Next to Yang Daohong was a skeleton that Fong Ping identified as Liemo. After staring at Fong Ping for a while, suddenly, blood and flesh began to appear on the skull. Then, blood and flesh appeared on half of the skull. Then Liemo, who had been silent all this while, said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You are—" There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Liemo thought of someone. Fong Ping. Fong Ping could restrain his aura and forge his golden bones. Many of the higher-ups didn't really care about this, and there weren't many people in Stellar Sky City who did. He had been to MCME, though. He knew Fong Ping. But this was the domain of a domain. This was an extremely dangerous place. Even a 9th-grade expert would die in this domain. Even a peerless expert had fallen. How could Fong Ping be here? How could this be? Fong Ping was only rank 5. No, I heard that he was already rank 6. He was only a rank 6. How was it possible for him to pass through thousands of miles of the catacombs territory, and even pass through the Forbidden Sea to arrive here? That was impossible. Liemo was a little doubtful and uncertain. Yang Daohong glanced at Liemo, but Liemo didn't say anything else. He really wasn't sure who was opposite him. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was still motionless. He wanted to try and see if playing dead would still work. The scene continued to be strange. After a moment, Tai Mu said coldly, "Yang Daohong, since he's not from Stellar Sky City, let's join forces and kill him." At this moment, everyone's combat strength was at its lowest. A rank 8 powerhouse was enough to change the current situation. The best way to deal with this kind of uncertainty was to kill him. At this moment, Fong Ping opened his mouth. His mouth opened and closed, his voice hoarse. "You trespassed, Mausoleum Cave, deserve to die." His words were incomparably vague. The 2 words, Mausoleum Cave, were clear. This time, Yang Daohong's expression changed drastically because Fong Ping was speaking in Mandarin. Of course, it was very vague, even more so than speaking with a carrot in his mouth. But he still heard the 2 words, Mausoleum Cave. "Senior," Yang Daohong was just about to speak when Fong Ping stood up. Without another word, he started attacking a rank 8 skeleton in the restricted area, his mouth shouting vaguely, "Kill!" Seeing this, Yang Daohong roared, "Kill these guys!" Liemo was a little dazed, but since Yang Daohong had said so, Liemo and the other person did not hesitate. 2 skeletons quickly began to surround and kill another rank 8 powerhouse in the restricted area. Yang Daohong, on the other hand, was excited to the point of madness and began to attack Tai Mu in a frenzy. Tai Mu was also extremely shocked, yelling angrily, "Tai Hung, do it! Tai Sun, don't kill him! Don't kill him!" He was talking about Fong Ping. There were actually living people in the bounded area. This sentence, Tai Mu repeated in his heart countless times. There were actually living people here, not native monsters and plants, but living people. This was too shocking. If King Song knew about this, he would probably join forces with various kings and enter this place personally. It was not a big deal that they could not seize the true king's remains. As long as they captured this person, the credit would not be less than seizing the true king's remains, maybe even greater. This was a big deal that could shake the entire restricted area. Something big had really happened. In this boundary that had been sealed for countless years, there were actually living people. Maybe they were living dead, Tai Mu added in his heart. However, regardless of whether they were living or living dead, the other party still had intelligence, and that was enough. This time, the people on both sides went crazy. Fong Ping was also scared to the point of wanting to run. Her, the way these people looked at him was too scary. I was just saying it casually, and you guys took it seriously? Did the ancients speak the same way we do? I just wanted to prove that I might be the ancestor of mankind. so that the people of Star Town would not kill me. I did not expect that even the people of the restricted area would go crazy. I seem to have forgotten these people also know Chinese. Maybe half-baked people would be more likely to believe it? Fong Ping was trembling a little. These guys' gazes were too evil. But then again, the rank 8 skeleton that was fighting him did not seem to dare to be too ruthless, being timid. For a moment, Fong Ping did not use celestiality or other powers, only relying on his skeletal frame to fight evenly with the other party. He was fighting evenly here, but on the other side, the other rank 8 in the restricted area was not the same. What Taimu meant by fighting was that he meant to perish together. This rank 8 called Tai Hung attacked both of them without fear of death, the golden color on his body getting thicker and thicker. So thick that, after a while, a loud bang was heard. They self-destructed. These restricted area powerhouses self-destructed like it was a game, even more ruthless than humans. The underground sealed boundary was bombarded once again. Boom! Li Mo and Tai Hung were already severely injured. At this moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. The next moment, 2 skeletons flew out, motionless, as if they had lost their lives. At this moment, everyone's mentality was depleted. Mentality attacks were the most terrifying killing moves. The other party did not want to live anymore, specifically attacking the sealed boundary. If they did not self-destruct, they were not prepared to live. Tai Mu did not care about this, neither did Yang Daohong. These 2 rank 9s were also fighting crazily, flesh and blood flying everywhere. One had lost a hand and a leg. The other had lost both arms. Right now, it was a competition of toughness. They were really using their skulls to hit each other, golden blood splattering everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Both of them roared madly as they fought. Taimu, ask your people to stop. Yang Daohong, back off, or else, if we can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Damn bastard, that's my human ancestor. Don't you dare! Although both of them were clamoring, they were fighting really ruthlessly, really viciously. At this moment, Fong Ping was silent. If he gave himself away now, he would be beaten to death by both of them. That should not be wrong, right? Chapter 510. The battle was still ongoing. The 2 rank 9s were really fighting with their lives on the line, even beginning to overdraft their imperishable substances to forcefully heal their injuries. As for Fong Ping, seeing that the rank 8 did not seem to dare to use too much force, he attacked with all his might. Although he did not use vitality force, in terms of bone structure, although Fong Ping was not as good as a real rank 8, the gap was not too big. The other party had also fought for a long time, being overcautious. Under Fong Ping's frenzied attacks, the fight was spectacular. Both of them seemed to have some attitude of dawdling. This kind of battle went on for a very, very long time. So long that Yang Daohong and Taimu were almost turned into skeletons. At this point in the battle, both of them were still evenly matched. Fong Ping was a little speechless. Yang Daohong was quite arrogant when he came, prepared to fight 1 against 3. In the end, he fought Taimu and ended up like this. Fong Ping did not know that Yang Daohong's confidence in fighting 1 against 3 was related to that suppress word. It was different from King Pine's immortal spirit. Once King Pine's immortal spirit appeared, it would definitely be attacked. As for his suppress word, if he was not tricked by King Pine, even if it appeared in the sealed realm, as long as he was careful, he would not be attacked. This was Yang Daohong's trump card that was made by Polaris City's Paragon ancestor. It was much stronger than what he made. Releasing a little of its power was enough to suppress a rank 9. Of course, this was prepared to be used after entering the bounded realm. The key was still the Paragon's corpse, who knew in the end it would be tricked out in advance. Without this thing, Yang Daohong was not much stronger than Taimu. Both of them had fought hundreds of times in 60 years. It was enough to prove a lot of things that they did not die. Both of them fought until the end. Their speed slowed down, and their injuries became more and more serious. Fighting here could not replenish their consumption. They would only get weaker as they fought. At this time, both of them thought of the same thing. In the next moment, both of them attacked Rose King, who was lying on the ground. There was still a lot of life essence in Rose King's body. The energy stones could not keep up with their consumption speed. Only life essence could. Before this, both of them were actually prepared to wait until the winner was decided. Then they would snatch it and recover their injuries. But until now, there was still no winner. Then it would depend on who got the life essence first. The one who recovered their consumption would be the winner. The two of them circled around the Rose Queen and once again engaged in a life and death struggle. The Rose King, who was on the ground, was also affected by the two of them. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, but he was still unconscious. Evidently, the previous mental attack had caused a fatal effect on him. As they fought, Fang Ping also noticed that the rank 8 skeleton opposite him was starting to lose its strength. Everyone didn't want to maintain their skeletal state like this. This was a sign that their injuries were extremely severe. Even the imperishable substance wasn't enough to restore their flesh and blood. When they were seriously injured, the longer they stayed, the weaker they would become. The rank 8 on the other side was weakened. Yang Daohong and his brother were also weakened. Seeing this, Fang Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this state, if he used celestiality and mentality outburst, these guys might not be his match. He glanced at Tai Mu out of the corner of his eye. He was going to beat this guy to death later. Yang Daohong was not easy to deal with. If he killed him, that would be too inhumane. There were not many rank 9 humans. If he killed him, that would be a sin. If he did not beat him to death. Fang Ping shuddered. When he returned to the human world, Yang Daohong would definitely know that he had tricked him. If that happened, wouldn't he come to MCMAU to settle the score? Was there anyone in MCMAU who could be his match? Old Wu had a divine weapon. He also had a genuine rank 9 divine weapon. Most likely he couldn't beat him. What should he do then? Fang Ping was still thinking about these when the rank 8 on the other side suddenly unleashed an outburst. A blow sent Fang Ping flying. Fang Ping wanted to fly up and fight again. In the next moment, Fang Ping could no longer fly up. It was as if he had fallen apart, lying on the ground, unmoving. The Rose King, who was initially like a dead person, suddenly exploded at this moment. With a loud roar, the energy in both his fists shook the heavens and the earth. When both fists came together, they enveloped Yang Daohong and his brother. Go to hell. Rose King's expression was ferocious. He hammered his fist down viciously. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out instantly. The 2 half-skeletons were almost completely smashed. Rose King leaped into the air, throwing a punch at the rank 8 who was still fighting with Fang Ping earlier. This punch smashed the other party's skeleton directly. The bones scattered all over the ground. Rose King glanced at the motionless Fang Ping. He frowned slightly and did not look at him anymore. The other party's ability was average. He could not even defeat a rank 8 who was extremely weak. He was very weak. Even if he was in disguise, he did not care. At this moment, Rose King's face was deathly pale. His body was also covered in golden yellow bloodstains. When the 2 rank 9s were fighting beside him earlier, he did not move at all. He did not even put up any defense. He was also severely injured. More importantly, his mentality was about to be completely obliterated. But he still waited for the opportunity. He waited for the opportunity when the 2 of them were extremely weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he finally became the final big winner. The 2 who were blasted away crashed into countless energy crystals, collapsing weakly on the ground. Tai Mu was in slight disbelief. He was also a little unwilling. He trembled and said, How could it be? Rank 9 powerhouses were not fools. If they were not sure of Rose King's state, they would not have fought to the death just to let him take advantage of it. Rose King's mentality had been obliterated. This was something that the two rank nines had confirmed. He was just a living dead, even if his flesh had existed for thousands of years, so what? However, they did not expect that Rose King's mentality had not been obliterated. Why was that so? Rose King had been sullen since the opening of the Tianan catacombs until now. At this moment, he walked toward the two of them while coughing blood. He laughed and said, "It has indeed obliterated my immortal god. But so what? In these 200 years, it's not like I did not get any good stuff. Green jade bore fruit 30 years ago. Cough, cough, cough. Taimu, you didn't expect this, did you? How could it be?" Taimu was extremely unwilling. He muttered, "Bear fruit. Even if it could bear fruit, why would it give it to you? Why not? We've been together for 200 years. I've already promised her that when I become a true king, I'll help her materialize and become an immortal couple." As soon as he said this, even though Yang Daohong and Taimu were facing a life-threatening crisis, their expressions were extremely strange. Taimu did not say anything. Yang Daohong mocked, "Immortal couple? Monster plants. Do they have genders? City Lord Rose. What a joke. Ha ha ha. You actually want to ha ha ha. What a joke." Yang Daohong was laughing so hard that he could not catch his breath. This was as unreliable as a human marrying a dog as a wife. No, there were male and female dogs. Monster plants did not even have a gender. The key was, until they reached the absolute peak, a monster plant was still a monster plant. Even if they reached the absolute peak, the so-called materialization was not the transformation into a human. It was just like Pine King's immortal god, where a human face would appear on the tree trunk. In other words, it was just a facade, but it could speak. It would not be like now, where they could only communicate with mentality. Of course, Pine King was not a monster plant. What appeared before was only the materialization of his mentality. It did not mean that he was a monster plant. Rose King's eyes were cold. He said lightly, "It's okay. I don't mind a dying man laughing at me." Behind him, Fong Ping did not laugh. He only glanced at Rose King. "Villains die because they talk too much. Aren't you afraid that these two rank nines will explode and kill you?" However, Fong Ping felt a headache coming on. This fellow was alive again. After so many twists and turns, did he have to pretend to be a coward again? Even if he pretended to be a coward, he would still be in trouble later. If Rose King was in this state, he would probably be killed with one punch. Would a mentality attack work? Just as Fong Ping was thinking, Rose King did not waste any more words. He threw a punch, sending both of them flying dozens of meters away again. Their bones began to crack. These two people really did not have the strength to fight back anymore. Rose King knew Fong Ping better than him. Could it be that everyone was like him, with this life-saving treasure? This was not cabbage. Some rank 9 monster plants bore fruit, some did not. Originally, roses only bloomed but did not bear fruit. In the end, 30 years ago, the rose spent most of its energy and life essence to condense a fruit, which was for him to save his life. 30 years ago, Rose City had already received news from the restricted area that they were going to open the Resurrection Passageway in the 11 Southern Territories. Once the Resurrection Passageway was opened, according to the locations of the passageways opened in other territories, Rose City might be the first line. Faced with such danger, the rose did not care about the consequences. Only then did it bear this fruit. His bamboo life had this kind of opportunity. Could it be that these two also had it? Rose King did not care about these. He continued to attack again and again, again and again. Rank 9 powerhouses were hard to kill, especially now. He could not erase the other party's mentality, nor could he erase the other party's imperishable substance. He could only rely on breaking all of their bones to kill them. The bones of the two rank 9s began to crack. Yang Daohong could still speak at this moment. He looked in the direction where Fong Ping was, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. He let out a long howl toward the sky, smashing his head into the ground. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a kick from Rose King. If he wanted to touch the sealed world, he would have to see if there was a chance. After kicking the other party, Rose King seemed to remember something. He suddenly sneered, picked up the two of them, and was about to throw them high up in the sky. There was a space, rift high up in the sky. He almost forgot about this. This was the best way to kill. Just as he was about to throw them, Fang Ping began to consider whether he should attack. Yang Daohong was a rank 9 powerhouse after all. It was not worth it to die here just like this. Fang Ping did not want to fight him head-on. He was only thinking if he should bombard the sealed world with mentality and let the sealed world retaliate. However, if he did that, the probability of Yang Daohong dying together with him was not small. Of course, at this point, whether he lived or died depended on his luck. Just as Fang Ping was about to act, the sealed world retaliated. In an instant, an intense mentality attack erupted from under Rose King's feet. Ah! Rose King screamed. This time, he did not even have time to defend. Fang Ping was stunned. What now? Rose King was still screaming. The 2 broken skeletons in his hands seemed to have died completely, and he threw them aside. In the distance, a figure walked out of the ruins slowly. He looked at Rose King, chuckling. King, it's me. Ching! Ching Hong! Rose King's eyes were dim. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling, even more unwilling than Taimu and the rest. They had fought until now, and they had used all their trump cards. In the end, he actually fell in the hands of his own people. Ching Hong, the second batch of rank 7 martial artists from Rose City who escorted human martial artists to the boundaries. The rank 7 that Taimu and the rest left behind was him. Because he was from Rose City, Taimu did not really trust him. During a battle, an unfamiliar rank 7 was not enough to make them feel at ease. And because of this person actually escaped from the previous few battles and did not die. King, I didn't expect it to be like this. Commander Ching Hong sighed and said softly, For monarchs, for venerables, I didn't expect. The one who survived in the end is me. Ching Hong's face was flushed. He could not help but look greedy, murmuring, So many divine weapons, your monarch's divine weapon. Yang Daohong's monarch's divine weapon. Rank 8 divine weapons, rank 7 divine weapons, and your heart core, their heart cores and brain cores, including your flesh and blood, bones, and the fountain of life in your body. King, I want to enter the king's territory too. Build a city that belongs to me, call myself a king. Perhaps I can enter the boundaries and find the remains of a true king. King, I don't want that either. As Ching Hong spoke, he did not move forward. He was worried that Rose King still had the strength to attack. Ching Hong unleashed his mentality again and began to attack the ceiling boundary. The drama played out one scene after another. Even Fang Ping was dumbfounded as he watched. Rose King schemed against Yang Daohong and the rest, but in the end, he was schemed against by his subordinate. In the end, so many high-rank powerhouses were taken advantage of by this rank 7. Ching Hong attacked the ceiling boundary. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His mentality was exploding. He could not avoid those explosive mentality attacks. But he did not care. After killing all these people, he could think of a way to enter the boundary's inner area with the benefits. He could also think of a way to leave this place and fly far away. Rank 7 was not too eye-catching. After the repeated attacks, Rose King's mentality had long been depleted. He only relied on the rank 9 divine fruit to maintain his mentality. However, at this moment, after being attacked repeatedly, Rose King was really going to die. Rose King was unwilling, angry, and in disbelief. Too many emotions made him explode. He defeated everyone. Seeing that victory was at the last step, and nobody that he had neglected and disregarded actually schemed against him. After thinking about it, in the end he had made a wedding dress for others. Ching Hong! An extremely unwilling and sorrowful cry sounded. In the next moment, Rose King, who was on the verge of death, widened his eyes and stared at Ching Hong. Or, in other words, behind him. Behind Ching Hong, a golden skeleton floated in mid-air, tiptoeing, or perhaps in an extremely wretched manner. It was holding a broadsword and aiming at Ching Hong's head, getting ready to slash down. And Ching Hong knew nothing. That skeleton, an unfamiliar rank, 8 powerhouse, a rank, 8 from the boundaries? Rose King's thoughts were already in a mess, but it did not stop him from thinking about it. Ching Hong, was he going to die? This be***starred schemed against him, and in the end he made a wedding dress for others? At this moment, Rose King only felt that it was funny. He only felt that it was infinitely funny and pathetic. So many people died here, lost their lives, schemed against all living beings, and in the end, fell into the hands of an unknown skeleton? Rose King's expression was too complicated. It was so complicated that Ching Hong chuckled and said, "King, rest in peace. When I enter the King realm, I will help you take care of the guardian." Ha ha! This intermittent laughter came from Rose King's mouth. He saw it. He saw the broadsword falling. He saw that the saber was filled with the boundless power of heaven and earth, and it fell silently just like that. Ching Hong, this traitor, only cared about bombarding him with the immortal deity. How stupid, how funny, how sad. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Ching Hong was only an upper stage rank 7. Upper stage meant that he had not honed his skull. In this place full of golden skeleton martial artists, a martial artist who had not honed his skull was hit in the head by a broadsword filled with close to 100 celestiality. One could imagine the consequences. His head exploded instantly, until death. Ching Hong did not know what happened. Ha ha ha. Chapter 511. Rose King was still laughing maniacally. In the next moment, the skeleton continued Ching Hong's work, using his mentality to bombard the sealed boundary. However, Fong Ping had learned from the previous two's lessons. While bombarding, his mentality swept everywhere. He was lacking in everything but mentality. Explode. Anyway, he had long lost consciousness from the explosions. The pain was almost gone. It was better than being killed by someone's scheme. He not only bombarded Rose King's side, but also Yang Daohong and Tai Mu's side. He did not even spare the few rank 8 skeletons that had fallen to the ground, bombarding everywhere. Fong Ping's mentality was constantly being crushed, but Fong Ping did not care, continuing to bombard. He did not even spare the people of Star City. Of course, the bombardment strength was slightly lesser. Who knew if these people would suddenly explode and kill him at once? Even if he really killed these people by mistake, Fong Ping might blame himself, but he would never regret it. Without him, these people would still be dead. With him around, these people might not die, but at least he had to ensure that the other party did not have any strength to fight back. Trespassing into the heavenly court, all of you deserve to die. Disturbing the heavenly emperor's slumber, unforgivable. In the past, even the demon emperor did not dare to trespass here. All of you deserve to die. Rose King's dim gaze revealed an extremely shocked expression. Demon emperor, heavenly court, shocking inside story. Inside story involving the demon emperor era. Involved the boundaries. Involved the sinking of God continent. Involved too many shocking inside stories that disappeared in history. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to ask to understand. With infinite regret, the next moment, Rose King's gaze dimmed completely. The life force on his body was still circulating, but his mentality was completely extinguished. If no one touched his body now, perhaps thousands of years later, Rose King could also come back to life and live again. Beside him, Tai Mu's skeleton moved slightly, as if he had heard the news too. At this moment, he was still alive. However, not long after, Tai Mu also fell into a dead silence. Perhaps he felt regret too. What exactly happened during the Demon Emperor era? This was a top secret that not even many people in the restricted zone knew about, and those who knew were not people they could see. Even the 2 kings who knew the inside story, whether they were still alive or not, was still a question. The opportunity to unveil the mysterious veil was right in front of him, but he would never have the chance to know. There were definitely many regrets. Yang Daohong, on the other hand, hadn't moved at all. Perhaps he was already dead. Fang Ping did not care whether they were dead or not. He continued to attack. If he had to come back to life again, he couldn't afford to lose. In the end, Fang Ping was completely dazed. How many times had his mentality exploded during this trip to the catacombs? 30 times? 50 times? Or more? Who cares as long as he doesn't die? While he was in a trance, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. Beside his ear, there seemed to be a series of shouts coming from a faraway place. Fang Ping! Fang Ping, stop! Fang Ping, wake up! Stop! Fang Ping, you don't want the loot anymore. You've destroyed the divine weapon and the life essence. Fang Ping, your parents and sister are waiting for you to return. Fang Ping's cloudy eyes regained some clarity. Wang Jinyang's face appeared before his eyes. Old Wang, are they all dead? Dead, they're all dead. Oh, keep the things well. Hide immediately. Be careful of the monster plants and beasts coming back. I don't know if they're dead or alive. Remember to find their corpses to confirm their deaths. Fang Ping spoke intermittently for a while. Then his vision went black and he fell into a coma. Wang Jinyang held him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy was still thinking about these things at a time like this. He looked at the skeletons, corpses, golden bones around him. Wang Jinyang felt like he was still in a dream. Mother Asterisk-her, he had healed himself. He crawled out from the rubble and saw Fang Ping attacking the sealed boundary continuously. Below the ground, there were golden bones everywhere. Wang Jinyang was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? These people did not seem to have died in the big explosion earlier. There were many traces of battle later on. How did they die? He was in a daze when he healed himself earlier. He was not really conscious. The only thing he knew was that Fang Ping was not dead. Not only did this guy not die, but he seemed to have become the final winner. In a desperate fight between a group of rank 7, 8, and 9 powerhouses, Fang Ping actually won in the end. Wang Jinyang still could not believe it. The darkness lasted for a long time. Fang Ping did not know how long he had slept and how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, the sky was still bright. He did not know if it was the arrival of a new day or if he had just fallen asleep. You're awake? Beside him, Wang Jinyang's hoarse voice rang. Fang Ping opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Ping was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. He wailed, City Lord Rose has life essence. Why didn't you give it to me? It was too painful. His head was about to explode. His body was about to explode. In short, it was so painful that Fang Ping wanted to roll on the ground. Wang Jinyang said helplessly, I can't break his flesh. I can't extract life essence. His words were full of sorrow. He really could not break it. Among all the rank 9s, only Rose King's flesh remained intact. Moreover, it was always in the period of abundant energy. His condition did not deteriorate. The only flaw was that his mentality was obliterated. After Wang Jinyang healed himself, he entered peak rank 5. However, even if he was peak rank 5 and picked up a divine weapon and hacked for a long time, he still could not break Rose King's flesh. If he could not break the flesh, how could he extract life essence? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. He endured the pain and said, Can't break the flesh? Nonsense. Wang Jinyang said weakly, I don't have celestiality. Do you think it's possible to break a rank 9's flesh with vitality force? Besides, in this place, every bit of vitality I expend means a bit less. I don't dare to exhaust all of it. If I can't break it, I didn't try. Luckily, you're finally awake. At this moment, Fang Ping remembered the purpose of entering the catacombs this time. He said immediately, Instructor Zhang and the others. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. I found them, but they're all unconscious. Out of 6 people for a dead. Only my instructor and another rank 6 martial artist are still alive. I'm not too familiar with them, but their mentality suffered heavy damage. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to recover." As he said that, Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, I know that instructor Li was also injured by a rank 9's mentality. He couldn't recover. Later, you helped him recover." If Wang Jinyang was too embarrassed to continue. If his injuries were really the same as Li Chongqing's, then the life essence consumed would not be a small amount, and it might not even work. Back then, old man Li's mentality was really broken and rebuilt. Whether his mentality recovered because of the life essence or something else, that was uncertain. Letting Zhang Qingnan do the same thing was definitely not reliable. The probability of him dying was even higher. Zhang Qingnan did not have a semi-golden body. Therefore, perhaps consuming a large amount of life essence might not be useful. Moreover, the life essence was still in the rank 9 powerhouse's body. It was also uncertain how much was left. These were all Fang Ping's. Wang Jinyang had never thought of occupying them. He was not that kind of person. If he really thought about it, perhaps when Fang Ping was unconscious, he was the biggest winner in life. Fang Ping patted his shattered skull, saying weakly, "We'll talk about this later. I'm about to die. Since Instructor Zhang's mentality is only injured, then don't worry about it for now. Think of a way to revive me first." Having said that, Fang Ping struggled to stand up. He looked around and frowned, saying, "Why are we still here? Don't talk about it. Don't leave this place no matter what. Because of the great battle here, there are many rank 9's. In addition, there have been many counterattacks from the sealed world. That's why the monsters and plants don't dare to come here for now. Other places are full of monsters and plants. I went out to take a look. There are many of them." Wang Jinyang was helpless too. He was ready to leave with his men. In the end, he had not gone far when he was scared back. This place was too dangerous. Fang Ping said nothing more. He looked around and saw a pile of golden skeletons not far away. He asked, "Are there still people alive?" Wang Jinyang shook his head. "I don't know. Whether these people are dead or not, I can't release my mentality, so I can't feel it. Even if they're not dead, I can't do anything to them. Without mentality suppression, I can't kill these people, even if they're the living dead." These words made him sad again. It was fine if he could not break a rank 9's torso. He could not even cut a rank 8 skeleton. If he really unleashed his full strength, he might be able to cut it. However, if he broke a skeleton, his vitality would probably be depleted. Having said that, Wang Jinyang's expression was solemn. "You killed the people from Star Town as well." Fang Ping said innocently, "Don't wrongly accuse me. Am I that kind of person? They fought on their own. It has nothing to do with me. After that, I saw that they were all dead. When the sealed boundary erupted, it's not like I can control the direction. It's an all-encompassing attack. If someone was still breathing and I killed them by mistake, then there's nothing I can do. I can't control this. When that happens, if they don't die, I'll be the one who dies." Wang Jinyang frowned. "I know, but if this gets out, I'm afraid Star Town won't let this go easily." Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. "There's nothing I can do. What can I do about this?" As he said that, Fang Ping shook his head. "Forget it. I'll try to see if there's anyone alive first." Having said that, Fang Ping walked forward and started activating the storage space. Some golden skeletons, including the Rose King's corpse, were put into the storage space. Underground, however, there were still a few skeletons left. "They're really not dead. They're not dead, even after all this. These fellows' vitality is terrifying." Fang Ping was shocked. The survivability of rank 8 and 9 powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, there were still 2 golden skeletons underground. There was no Yang Daohong. Yang Daohong was really dead. Fang Ping was actually a little upset. He did not know if Yang Daohong was killed by himself, or if he had died when the Rose King attacked, or if he had died when Qing Hong attacked. But no matter what, Yang Daohong was indeed dead. Even his skeleton had been put into the storage space by Fang Ping. The two who were alive were the other two rank 8s in Star Town. Both of them had been sent flying by the rank 8's self-explosion. After that, there were no signs of them. When Fang Ping attacked the sealed boundary later, although he had also attacked them, the attack force was not too strong. Both of them were actually not dead. Liamo and this one are still alive. Unbelievable. As Fang Ping said that, he felt a headache coming on. But it's hard to tell if they're dead or alive. Should I leave them here or bring them back? If I bring them back, it'll be hard to explain. The rank 9 Yang Daohong was dead. The few rank 7s were completely annihilated. The remaining 2 rank 8s were also beaten into this state. It was hard to say if they could recover. If they brought them back, it would be hard to explain if they could not survive. If they survived, it would be hard to explain. Fang Ping's head hurt. Wang Jinyang frowned, slightly too. After a while, he said, "What should we do?" "I don't know." Fang Ping sighed. "Kill them to keep them quiet?" 2 rank 8s. They're considered the high-end combat strength of mankind. But why should we kill them to keep them quiet? Fang Ping said gloomily, "I didn't kill Grandmaster Yang." Wang Jinyang frowned. "You think that way, but they might not think the same way." Fang Ping rubbed his chin, thankful that it was a little uncomfortable. He gave up on rubbing his chin and said, "Let me think about the situation. These 2 fellows were blasted away not long after I appeared. At that time, Grandmaster Yang was still fighting Tai Mu one-on-one. Logically, he shouldn't have thought of me. But, Fang Ping said a little sheepishly, but I said something. These fellows might have treated me as a living person from the bounded domain. Do you think they'll kill me if they know the situation?" Wang Jinyang's head hurt. This fellow, that's enough. Too lazy to say anything else, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "That's nothing. In order to save my life, what's wrong with saying something?" "Did they see you attacking the sealed world and bombarding those rank 9s? "No." "That's good." Wang Jinyang breathed a sigh of relief. He exhaled and said, "Then it's not a big problem. Grandmaster Yang and Tai Mu fought each other, and both of them died in battle." Fang Ping coughed dryly. "It's more complicated than that. Both of them fought until they were half dead. Rose City Lord faked her death and resurrected, killing both of them. Then a Rose City Commander-in-Chief appeared and killed Rose City Lord. Then I killed that Commander-in-Chief. This is the real situation." Wang Jinyang was dumbfounded. So complicated. This was a chain of events, and in the end, Fang Ping had the upper hand. If that was the case, Wang Jinyang said immediately, that means that Grandmaster Yang died in the hands of Rose City Lord. This is also the truth. You didn't attack Grandmaster Yang directly, did you? No. His body is still here. As long as we bring it back, everyone will be able to see how he died. It has nothing to do with you, so we don't have to worry. Fang Ping sighed. "I'm just afraid that those paragons will go crazy. They might not care about this. They might even want us to pay with our lives. Old Wang, this is a little tricky. Tell me, should we cough? You know what I mean." Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "Although it's a little risky. Fang Ping, killing 2 rank 8 human powerhouses. After all, the Patriarch of Star City has been suppressing Imperial Sea Mountain for humans for hundreds of years. It's better not to do this." Before this, Old Wang was worried about Star City's attitude. Now, however, knowing the real situation, Old Wang changed his attitude. He continued, "If the paragons can't even distinguish between right and wrong and insist on finding trouble with us, then they'll die." Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. "I know, but we can't afford to gamble now. Fang Ping, we're here. Although only the 4 of us know, besides my instructor is here too. Don't tell me that even my instructor—" As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping remembered instantly. Yes, Zhang Qingnan and the other rank 6 martial artists were still alive. Unless they killed both of them to silence them too. Otherwise, the news of them coming to the bounded zones could not be kept a secret. Since it could not be kept a secret, Fang Ping suddenly cursed. It has nothing to do with me in the first place. At least I saved 2 rank 8s. If the Paragons really want to find trouble, unless they kill me directly in the human world, I'll hide in the catacombs and hide my aura. Sooner or later, I'll fight them to the end. Wang Jinyang laughed. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Actually, even if you say you killed a rank 9, no one will believe you. Fang Ping said gloomily, but I'm really going to say that I killed a few rank 9s. 3 in the restricted area, 1 in Rose City. This time, I killed 4 rank 9s and a bunch of rank 7s. Are you asking me to hide the news? Wang Jinyang said casually, No, you can say whatever you want. The key is whether everyone believes it or not. If you bring the skeletal remains back, other than the rank 7 that you killed, it's not like we can't find out how the others died. That makes sense. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. Yes, he really thought too much. Rank 9s. In the eyes of the rank 9, these people would not be able to break their defense, even if they just stood there and let them hack at them. Even if Fang Ping had celestiality, he could not hack at a living rank 9. If he hacked at a rank 9, maybe he would be shocked to death in the end. No one would believe this boast if he boasted it out. But it was true. The Rose City Lord died in his hands. At least he was still alive at that time. Tai Mu was also alive, still breathing. He really killed these 2 rank 9s. But if he said it out, only a ghost would believe him. Old Wang, I really killed 2 rank 9s. I believe you, Wang Jinyang said, then said helplessly, It's useless for you to tell me. It'll only work if others believe you. Mother ***, no one believes the truth. What the hell? Fang Ping felt like vomiting blood. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping did not care anymore. He quickly ran toward a place not far away, picked up a long sword on the ground, and said ecstatically, The Rose City Lord's divine weapon! Wang Jinyang followed him, saying, I found a total of 4 divine weapons. Just 4? Fang Ping looked over hurriedly. On the ground, there were still 3 divine weapons thrown on the ground, like scrap metal. Old Wang was not in the mood to clean them up at all. If Fang Ping did not insist that he clean them up before he fainted, he would not even bother to look for them. Just 4. Wang Jinyang shook his head, saying, For some people, when they die, if the divine weapon is not outside but inside the Sanjiao Gate, then it's gone. There's no other way. The divine weapon was hidden in the Sanjiao Gate. Once the person died, the divine weapon was not placed outside. Then it would disappear along with the Sanjiao Gate. This thing was very mysterious. Moreover, this time, among the rank 9 powerhouses, Tai Mu and Yuming's divine weapons had both self-destructed. Fang Ping suddenly thought of Yang Daohong's divine weapon. As expected, there was still a rank 9 divine weapon that belonged to Yang Daohong underground. In that case, he had obtained 3 divine weapons, a rank 9 longsword, a rank 8 broadsword, and a rank 7 axe. As for the Li Mo duo's divine weapons, they seemed to have kept them themselves. Otherwise, they were lost. If they had kept them, then they could not be found in the Sanjiao Gate. At this moment, Fang Ping was both disappointed and pleasantly surprised. He was disappointed that the other divine weapons had either self-destructed or disappeared along with the person's death. He was delighted that the rank 9 divine weapon of the City Lord of Rose City was not kept in the Sanjiao Gate. This was also related to the fact that his mentality had perished and could not be kept away. Otherwise, if he had lost this rank 9 divine weapon, he would really regret it to death. As for Yang Daohong's divine weapon, it looked like a spear, but was not. It was a little similar to a halberd. It should be a unique weapon. If he really did not kill them to keep them quiet, this thing would have to be returned to Star City. He would not be able to get it. There are only 3 divine weapons. What a pity. Fang Ping was full of regrets. He thought that he could at least get 7 or 8 this time. After that, Fang Ping continued to look for other gains. A large number of energy stones, all of them high-ranked. These people had brought a lot of energy stones when they entered the bounded zones to replenish their consumption. The quality of the energy stones used by rank 9 powerhouses was really high. Fang Ping suspected that they had reached 95% purity and above. During the battle, these things were scattered all over the ground. Old Wang only picks them up casually. He did not really look for them. In fact, there were still many scattered in the city, and the one in front of him was at least a few dozen caddies. These things were valuable goods. 2 rank 8 skeletons and a rank 8 golden body. They can be worshipped as gods. A rank 9 skeleton. Fang Ping did not count Yang Daohong. He was talking about Ironwood. He did not count Rose King either. Rose King's physical body was intact. The use of such a rank 9 powerhouse's corpse was immeasurable. It was very rare for humans to kill a catacombs rank 9. In other words, it was almost impossible to get a complete corpse. Not only that, there was still a large amount of life essence sealed in Rose King's body. As for the exact amount, it was not clear yet. An unknown amount of life essence, 3 divine weapons, a few dozen caddies of rank 9 energy stones, a rank 9 skeleton, a complete rank 9 corpse, 2 rank 8 skeletons. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, "No, at least the corpse is useful. Do you think powerhouses can open a dead person's Sanjiao gate? If they can, then there must be divine weapons. I don't know." Wang Jinyang shook his head. He could not help but say, "Are you still not satisfied? Why do you need so many divine weapons? You have all the rank 7, 8, and 9 divine weapons. Nonsense. The more of these things, the better. Who would complain about having more?" Having said that, Fang Ping released Rose King's corpse. Looking at Rose King, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, Fang Ping could not help but say, "This guy, do you think he can really be resurrected?" "I'm not sure." Wang Jinyang shook his head, frowning. "Can catacombs martial artists who die in the catacombs be resurrected too? His body is still very complete. It's just that his mentality is dead. If new mentality is born in this corpse, do you think he can be resurrected? Will you give him this chance?" "Of course not," Fang Ping said, gritting his teeth. "This guy drinks life essence like water and wastes it casually. I don't know how much of my life essence he has wasted. I'll kill him even if he's resurrected. Stand aside. I'll break open his body and take it out to see how much is left." As he said that, Fang Ping picked up the rank 9 long sword in his hand. Celestiality emanated, and he slashed. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Ping flew backward. Rose King's corpse had a small cut, but it healed in an instant. Fang Ping was dumbstruck. He was already dead, yet he could not cut it? It was not that he could not cut it, but the life essence in his body was still flowing away. It was actually repairing his flesh. Mother **cur, how much was this wasted? No, I have to break it open and take it out as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll really be all gone. Fang Ping's flesh twitched painfully. Although he did not have much flesh left, the pain was excruciating. What was in his hands was flowing away continuously. How could he endure it? This was money. Its value was immeasurable. He had not even repaired his own flesh. Was it not a waste to repair a dead person's flesh now? Without another word, Fang Ping began to condense a large amount of celestiality. Since his flesh was gone, he did not have to worry about his flesh collapsing anymore. Fang Ping began to slash wildly. The sound of metal slashing could be heard continuously. Beside him, Wang Jinyang shook his head as he watched. The sorrow of the weak. Who would believe you if you said you killed a rank 9? Fang Ping had even condensed celestiality. That was why he could break the defense. His bone marrow force penetrated his body. He could probably break the defense, but he might not be able to recover as fast as the other. Ignoring Fang Ping, old Wang walked to the side. His teacher was still there, looking at the unconscious Zhang Qingnan and the other rank, 6 martial artist. Wang Jinyang sighed softly in his heart. Teacher, oh teacher, do you know that this time for you a certain someone has tricked a large number of high ranks to death? His combat strength is almost on par with 2 royal cities' high ranks. Chapter 512. Ancient City. Fang Ping slashed and slashed wildly. Finally, he managed to open a hole in Rose King's chest. Although there was a hole, the flesh was still healing. It was terrifying. Inside Rose King's body, there was a green emerald-like crystallized body. At this moment, this crystallized body was like a deflated balloon, constantly losing life essence. When Rose King was alive, she could still use mentality to seal it. Now that she was dead, it was still fine inside her body, sealed by the rank 9 impermeable body. Now that there was a hole, the speed of leakage was obviously increasing. There was originally no energy around Fang Ping. Now it was densely packed with energy. Roar! A monster's roar was heard. Fang Ping's expression changed. In the land of boundaries, energy was what monsters and plants valued the most. At this time, the leakage of energy was so severe that the monsters that had gone far away started to become restless. Fang Ping hurriedly took out a huge bottle made of energy crystals from his storage space. He grabbed the green, crystallized body and stuffed it into the bottle. As soon as the crystallized body entered the bottle, it quickly turned into a liquid-like substance. Moreover, it was still coming out and spreading. Fang Ping hurriedly took out a few more energy crystal bottles. These things were not too valuable. Before he came in, he had prepared a lot of them. It was not that he had specially prepared them to store life essence, but that he had kept them in reserve. Whether it was life essence or some energy fruits, storing them in this thing could ensure that the energy would not spread to the maximum. As he stored them, Fang Ping said ecstatically, "I'm rich. I'm really rich. So much life essence." Although this crystallized body looked like it was only the size of a fist in Rose King's body, when it turned into liquid, it filled up 3 whole bottles. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's attention was also attracted. He could not help but ask, "How much is there?" He had never seen so much life essence. Last time in Nanjiang's catacombs, Fang Ping got a small drop. He, Qin Fengqin, and the others were dying to have it. Now it was more than a small drop. As he said that, Wang Jinyang could not help but ask, "Why did City Lord Rose bring so much out? Don't tell me she took out all her belongings?" Fang Ping was overjoyed. He could not help but scold. This fellow used at least half. Fang Ping was extremely indignant about how wasteful the Rose King was. When this guy was fighting others, he used them without holding back at all. He was even more wasteful than Old Man Li last time. He was too extravagant. Despite his scolding, Fang Ping still shook his head and said, "I don't think it's everything. There's still quite a lot in Rose City. Didn't Rose City say that it had been around for 200 years? Even if some were used up in the beginning and some later on, it's still more than that." Fang Ping weighed the 3 big bottles in his hands. Excluding the weight of the bottles, the life essence was about 150 caddies. 150 kilograms was only 75 kilograms. Even though the Rose King had used up a lot of it, it was only about 300 to 400 kilograms. The last time Fang Ping went to gigantic Willow City to steal life essence, he did not steal much. He only stole a few hundred caddies. The history of gigantic Willow City did not seem to be as long as that of Rose City. In that case, Rose City should have more history. Of course, there was also the possibility that Rose City would use it a lot over time. However, in Fang Ping's opinion, Rose City definitely had up to 1,000 caddies of life essence. The city lord of Rose City probably did not take it all away. After all, the rank 9 monster plant monster needed it too. Fong Ping did not know that the Rose King had indeed taken it all away. The huge Rose City, after accumulating for so many years, indeed only had this much life essence. This was not the accumulation of 200 years, but the accumulation of 30 years. The life essence from before was used up 30 years ago. In the end, all that was exchanged for was a fruit that could save a rank 9's life. After mentality was extinguished, swallowing this fruit could allow one to live again. An energy fruit like this could not even be called an energy fruit. It was a real divine fruit. When mentality was extinguished, even if it was a rank 9 powerhouse, it was almost certain death. Even a peerless powerhouse would not be able to save them. However, the Rose King came back to life under such circumstances. This was still within the boundaries. If it was in the outside world, the effect might be better if the Rose King digested this divine fruit. Using more than 100 years of accumulated life essence in exchange for a chance to save one's life was something any city lord would be willing to do. In reality, almost no one could do it. If a rank 9 monster plant monster condensed such a divine fruit, its vitality would also be greatly damaged. In these 30 years, the Rose in Rose City had actually spent a long time healing. The speed at which it condensed life essence had slowed down. A part of it was used to heal itself. Naturally, Fong Ping was not aware of all this. He did hear the city lord of Rose City mention this, but Fong Ping did not think much about it. He also did not know what it meant for a rank 9 monster plant, a monster plant that only bloomed but did not bear fruit, to condense a life-saving fruit. If he knew, Fong Ping would probably continue to hack the corpse in front of him 1,000 times. An immeasurably valuable divine fruit was eaten by this fellow just like that? At this moment, Fong Ping did not have time to think about this. He was calculating how much wealth he could earn this time. The official price of life essence was 10 million per gram. Of course, that was only the official price. Last time in Nanjiang Catacombs, Fong Ping was left with more than 200 grams of life essence, which increased his wealth by 2 billion. The value given by the system was about 5 million per gram. As for the actual amount, although Fong Ping later exchanged some from the officials, because there was no increase in wealth, the system also did not calculate wealth for him, so he really did not know how much it was worth. However, 5 million per gram was probably not much of a difference. This time he obtained about 75 kilograms. Fong Ping almost swallowed his saliva. How much was this? 5 billion per kilogram. Did that not mean about 375 billion? So much. In addition to the 3 divine weapons, a rank 7 divine weapon would be worth between 10 to 15 billion. A rank 8 would be at least 30 to 50 billion. A rank 9 would be even more expensive. Under normal circumstances, no one would sell rank 9 divine weapons. It was also impossible to buy them. A rank 9 divine weapon needed to kill a rank 9 monster plant monster, and it had to be intact. In this world, other than those at the top, how many people could do it? Its value was probably hundreds of billions. In this way, the 3 divine weapons would probably be worth 150 billion. This was not all. Rank 9 skeletons, Rose King's corpse, rank 8 skeletons. These things were hard to calculate. Dead people, the system actually did not count as value. Just like when Fong Ping dug out the catacombs martial artist's energy heart, it did not count his wealth. However, since he sold it, it was counted as money. When he was in Magic City catacombs, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing worked together and dug out the martial artist's heart. However, Fong Ping did not want it, throwing it all to Qin Fengqing. Rose King and Tai Mu's skeletons, such rank 9 corpses if sold, would probably fetch a high price, right? Even if these skeletons were not included, just the life essence and divine weapons alone would be worth more than 500 billion. And these energy stones, although there was not a lot, it was about the same as the ones Fong Ping blew up previously. There were definitely more than 10 billion. However, at this moment, Fong Ping did not really think much of it. Could 10 billion or so be considered money? This time the harvest was incomparably huge, calculated in hundreds of billions. 10 billion. Fong Ping felt that there was no need to care about this small change. I'm rich, I'm rich. Fong Ping laughed so hard that his teeth were about to shatter. However, after laughing, Fong Ping still frowned slightly. The system did not add his wealth. This meant that the system had always believed that he was not out of danger yet. Fong Ping could understand. The bounded domain was indeed extremely dangerous. Not far away, there were many monsters and monster plants guarding. The Forbidden Sea was also full of danger. He still had to think of a way to cross the far west land and a few royal cities to go back. Previously, when he destroyed that small city, it could quickly calculate his wealth. That was because at that time, Fong Ping and the others had the ability to get out of danger and return to Sky South City, back to the human world. Now it might not be the case. If that's the case, Fong Ping looked at his skeleton, suddenly having a headache. Should he still heal his injuries now? If he healed his injuries, if he used up his life essence now, the system would not calculate his wealth later. During the dangerous process, the items that were used up were not counted as wealth. However, if he did not heal his injuries, his current state was actually very bad. Even if he used up his wealth to repair his body, his state was still very bad. The worse the injury, the greater the danger. However, if he used it now, then he would lose a lot of wealth. Fong Ping thought about it and sighed. He still made up his mind. No matter how much wealth he had, he needed to be alive to spend it. Recovering to his peak state was what he needed to do now. In his situation, he did not need to use up too much life essence. He was only recovering to half a golden body, not a true golden body. Is one caddy enough? 500 grams might not be enough. At most 2 caddies. 1,000 grams, the official price was 10 billion. The system calculated that his wealth was about 5 billion. This little bit less. Fong Ping did not think it was a big deal. Anything less than 10 billion was not considered a lot. Thinking of this, Fong Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "Old Wang, I'll heal my injuries first. Help me keep an eye on things. If there are monsters coming, leave in time." Right now, this was the safest place. Many rank, 9 powerhouses had fallen. The sealed world had exploded. Such an aura still lingered. Those monsters and monster plants did not dare to come over. If they left this place, it might be even more dangerous. Wang Jinyang nodded. When he saw that Fong Ping took out a lot of life essence, he felt a little sorry for Fong Ping. This guy, he was really generous. As for himself, he did not need it. Previously, he was injured, quite badly. He had used up a lot of his imperishable substance. His injuries had mostly recovered. Fong Ping did not think much about it. Wang Jinyang had some ideas now. He might have been more than rank 8 in his past life. Rank 8 imperishable substance was also limited. Otherwise, Liemo and the rest would not have been fighting in the form of skeletons. It was because the imperishable substance had been used up. As for him, his injuries were actually very serious. He had used up a lot of imperishable substance. He was also injured quite badly last time. During this period, he had also used the imperishable substance to cultivate. The consumption was also not small. He had not reached rank 8. Right now, he could not replenish the consumption of imperishable substance. After using so much, Wang Jinyang did not feel that the imperishable substance was going to be depleted. This meant that in his past life, he was stronger than a rank 8. Rank 9? Or stronger? He was not sure about this now. Fong Ping said that he was above the top. Wang Jinyang did not know whether what he said was true or not. It was hard to tell the truth from this guy's words. This time, Fong Ping spent a lot of time healing. and the consumption of life essence was more than he expected. When he used up 1 kilogram of life essence, Fong Ping's flesh had actually been reborn. However, Fong Ping realized that his half-golden body could continue to become stronger. It was similar to Old Man Li's state last time. Perhaps this was also an opportunity to break down and build up. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. In for a penny, in for a pound. He simply used up another 1 kilogram of life essence for his flesh to absorb. His half-golden body's golden glow was originally very dim, incomparable to Li Hansong's. Even if Fong Ping had reached rank 6 and Li Hansong was only rank 5, Li Hansong's half-golden body was still more resplendent than his. That also meant that it was stronger. However, when Fong Ping used up so much life essence, his golden body began to shine brightly. When Fong Ping opened his eyes and stopped, Wang Jinyang said attentively, "Your golden body seems to have become stronger." Fong Ping revealed a look of joy. He grinned and said, "The money this time was not spent in vain. It has indeed become stronger. Previously, I was easily beaten into a skeleton. Even the aftermath could beat me into a skeleton. Now it's hard to say. The strength of a rank 7 martial artist's physique might not be comparable to mine. Although it's not a real golden body, I feel that it's much stronger than before." It was not a feeling, but a fact. At this moment, Fong Ping's data changed again. Wealth, 86. 2 billion converted vitality. 7,600 calories, 7,800 calories, mentality. 380 hertz, 940 hertz, bones honed. 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90% storage space. 100 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 10,000 wealth/minute plus 1. 100,000/minute or a simulation. 100,000 wealth/minute plus 1. 100,000/minute. 7,800 cal vitality. Over at the Forest of Death, Fong Ping had seen the data once. His vitality upper limit was only 7,088 calories. Recasting half-golden body actually increased his vitality upper limit by more than 700 calories. This also meant that his body strength was much stronger than before. As for the Sanjiao Gate, it was still not closed. Closing a gate meant a return of mysterious energy, which would continue to increase his body strength. A rank 6 powerhouses limit was 10,000 cal vitality. Fong Ping suspected that he could reach 10,000 cal very soon. Not only his vitality, but after his mentality was shattered countless times, there was also a small increase. Although it was not much, it was still an increase. The shattering of his mentality was a little similar to MCMAU powerhouses training in the pressure room. It was crushed by a stronger mentality pressure, and then an even stronger mentality was generated. His golden body was stronger, his vitality increased, and his mentality increased. This also made Fong Ping forget the displeasure of consuming life essence. Consuming 2 kilograms meant that the system had reduced his wealth by at least 10 billion. However, his state had reached its peak. Other than the slightly exploding feeling in his head, the pain in his body had disappeared. Fong Ping still felt refreshed. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly said, "We've been here for at least 2 days and 2 nights." This was determined by the consumption of wealth. His energy shield was always open. The two of them consumed 6 million wealth in an hour, which would be more than 100 million in a day. Fong Ping spent some on healing himself, some on fighting, condensing celestiality, and recovering his mentality. He had a rough estimate of these expenses. Previously, when he expanded the storage space, he still had 87 billion wealth. The aura shield had cost at least 200 to 300 million wealth to match. 2 days and 2 nights was not considered too long. This meant that during the rank 9 battle royale, the outburst of the boundary zone and him and Old Wang being buried under the rubble, only 1 night had passed, not a few days. April 26th. Fong Ping and the others entered the Tiananmen catacombs. Now it should be the 29th, and it was almost night time. After this night, it would be the 30th. This was Fong Ping's 5th time entering the catacombs, other than the first time where he followed Tang Feng for a few days with the purpose of familiarizing himself with the catacombs. This time seemed to be the longest Fong Ping had ever stayed in the catacombs. Now he was still in the boundary zone, and he did not know when he could return. His injuries recovered. Fong Ping looked at the 2 skeletons on the ground, then at the 2 unconscious rank 6 martial artists beside them. Frowning slightly, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "This time it's a little troublesome." There were 4 more people. Although he could not tell if the 2 rank 8s were dead or alive, they were still alive. It was not very convenient to move around while bringing these people along. Fong Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and asked, "Do you still think of a way to enter the inner area?" In the distance, the tall and towering boundary wall separated the boundary zone from the sealed boundary zone. In the outer area, other than some monsters and plants and some dilapidated historical sites, there were no other benefits. What Fong Ping harvested now were only the outsider's belongings. In the boundary zone, he had gained nothing. He could not even dig out that broken monument. The rank 7 bloodthirsty tree monster was also a defective product killed by someone else. Hearing Fong Ping say that he wanted to enter the inner area, Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly and said, "Fong Ping, forget it. Even Absolute Peak has fallen over there. Now that the instructor has been found, we should think of a way to go back. Besides, we can't enter anyway. The people from the restricted area have stayed here for such a long time, and they still can't enter. Can we open the boundary wall? I've taken a look. The boundary wall seems to be more dangerous than the sealed boundary underground." Fong Ping naturally knew these, but he still said with some regret, "Since we're already here, Sai, to be honest, I'm really curious about what's inside the boundary zone. Also, this seems to be an ancient ruin of the humans. Say, inside, are there any living people? Even our ancient humans are living inside. Why did the Yang family's elder ancestor run into this place all of a sudden? Before this, he said it was to cross boundaries. It seemed like the 10 southern territories were in danger. But to cross boundaries, not to go outside, but to go to a boundary zone full of dangers, was it necessary? These absolute peaks, rank 9, all yearned to enter the boundary zone. The more they thought about it, the more secrets there were. Besides, according to speculation, there are 108 small territories and 108 boundary zone. Are every boundary zone the same? What are the boundary zones overseas? We have human ruins here, and it seems to be Sino Nation human ruins. What about those overseas? Could it be that too? Or is it that only the Tiananmen catacombs is a little special? Fong Ping said, "These people from the restricted area captured Instructor Zhang and the others and kept whipping them. It seems like it was to open the boundary wall. Could it be that only us humans can open the boundary wall? Is it all humans, or just anyone? Whipping them should be for vitality outburst. Could it be that only vitality force can open the boundary wall?" Seeing that he began to analyze, Wang Jinyang really had a headache. He coughed lightly and said, "Fong Ping, we're only middle ranks. I'm only rank 5 and you're only rank 6. Isn't it too early to think about these things? Why not wait until we reach rank 7? Then think of a way to explore the secret." At this moment, after finding Zhang Qingnan, his only thought was to go back as soon as possible. He had already achieved his goal. As for what was inside, he was not interested in the Absolute Peak's remains. So what if they found the Absolute Peak's remains? Could it make them become Absolute Peak from rank 5 and 6 in a day? This place was too dangerous, so dangerous that these rank 5 and 6 martial artists are gambling with their luck and lives every second here. A little carelessness, and that would be death. They did not even have the strength to fight back. While both of them were talking, a series of monster roars suddenly sounded from the periphery. That kind of roar was not fear, nor was it restlessness or anger, but a feeling of excitement. Roar! The roars came one after another, spreading for thousands of miles. The bounded domain was like a straight line spanning across the entire territory. From the southernmost Forbidden Sea all the way to the northernmost Imperial Sea Mountain was where the bounded domain was located, dividing this territory into small territories. At this moment, the long bounded domain was filled with the roars of monster beasts from all directions. Even the monster plants were also making strange, sharp cries. The entire bounded domain began to get excited. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Wang Jinyang's face was a little pale. How many monster beasts and monster plants? The bounded domain was not big. Although it was very long, it was only a line. Compared to the far west, the bounded domain was not worth mentioning. However, on this small line, just the kind of roars they heard alone were no less than 100. Hundreds of high-ranked monster beasts. It was comparable to the number of high-ranked monster beasts in the entire far west. It was too scary. Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was unmistakable. Are you sure you want to continue staying here? Once the dangerous aura here was eliminated, then next it might be the monster feast time. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. He was also a little frightened, but he still could not hide his doubts. He asked curiously, "What's wrong with these monsters? They're suddenly so excited." "I don't know." As Wang Jinyang was speaking, the next moment, both of them were shocked. The boundary wall in front, although it was originally like a crystal, it was not transparent. However, at this moment, the boundary wall fluctuated slightly, like ripples on water. Gradually, it began to become a little transparent. When this giant screen-like boundary wall began to become transparent, the roars of those monsters became louder. Fang Ping, on the other hand, widened his eyes and muttered, "Heavens! Heavenly court! Heavenly court!" Wang Jinyang also muttered, as if he was talking in his sleep, "Immortal palace." On the opposite side of the translucent boundary wall, they could vaguely see a boundless, majestic building complex floating in mid-air. That faintly discernible posture added a sense of mystery and immortality. The boundary wall was still rippling slightly. It had not opened yet. In the inner area, it seemed like it was drizzling misty. When the raindrops that might or might not be drizzling landed, the boundary wall suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, an extremely dense wave of energy surged out from the boundary wall. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have guessed something. He said in shock, "That's energy liquefaction. The energy in the inner area has liquefied. It's too saturated, and it's spreading out through the boundary wall. This is the immortal world? Could it be that the energy of the sealed world is actually all absorbed by the inner area? The immortal palace that extends thousands of miles, liquefied energy. How much energy is this?" Fang Ping's shock could not be any greater. Wang Jinyang was also completely stunned. Energy liquefaction. In order to liquefy the energy, Qin Fengqing spent 5 to 6 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, but only a little bit of energy was liquefied. And now, what did they see? They saw the inside of the faintly discernible boundary where the immortal palace was. Energy fell like raindrops. The energy was so dense that this huge boundary could not withstand it, and it was releasing energy outside through the boundary wall. "Go to the boundary wall." Fang Ping growled, grabbed the 2 golden skeletons, and ran far away. Wang Jinyang also gritted his teeth, picked up his teacher, and ran over there with another person. He wanted to cultivate. On the other side of the boundary wall, the liquefied energy was actually seeping out. This was simply the immortal world. If he entered the inner area to cultivate, Wang Jinyang did not even dare to think about it. This was not much weaker than Fang Ping's baths using life essence. other than not having the effect of restoring vitality like life essence. Both were actually liquefied energy. In a situation where there was no injury, using life essence to cultivate or using liquefied energy to cultivate was essentially the same. At this moment, besides being excited, Wang Jinyang could not help but feel a little greedy. Actually, he was very good at controlling these external desires, but looking at the faintly discernible boundary of the immortal palace, Wang Jinyang really felt that he could not control it anymore. What kind of place was the boundary wall? How was it formed? If one could enter, did that not mean that one could always cultivate in the energy essence? Also, what kind of place was the immortal palace? Were there still people inside? If one took over a boundary wall, if there was no one inside, did that not mean that countless people could enter and cultivate inside? Cultivating in this kind of liquefied energy field. Even a pig could cultivate to become a rank 6 demon pig, right? Top powerhouses probably did not enter here for this energy. Could it be that there was something better inside? No, there definitely was. That majestic and magnificent sky palace. What exactly was inside? At this moment, Wang Jinyang could no longer stay calm. Fang Ping could not stay calm either. Boundary wall. Boundary wall. He believed what that fellow Qin Fengqing had said. Through the boundary wall, he seemed to see a golden spring pool. Could it be a pool formed by imperishable substances? No, that was not a pool. That was a huge lake. A huge lake floating in the air. Boundary wall. What kind of place is this? Fang Ping roared in his heart. He even wanted to pass through the boundary wall and enter directly. However, the moment he approached the boundary wall, Fang Ping felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly suppressed these thoughts. The boundary wall's attack was still there. He could not enter. A treasure mountain was right in front of him, but he could not reach it. He could only look at it helplessly. This kind of torture was simply more painful than turning into a skeleton. Chapter 5:13. Fang Ping was in excruciating pain. Since he could not enter, there was nothing he could do. He could only sit cross-legged at the periphery and start cultivating frantically, cultivating with liquefied energy. Although the energy coming from the boundary wall was slightly thinner, it was still close to liquefaction. The feeling of energy penetrating his body made Fang Ping feel extremely good. No wonder there were so many high-ranked monsters and monster plants here. If this situation happened frequently, one day of cultivation might be equivalent to a few years in the outside world. In this place where there was no energy, Fang Ping had been wondering if these monsters had come from the Forbidden Sea. Now he knew that they were really indigenous creatures of the sealed world. Wang Jinyang watched for a while. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Zhang Qingnan and the other rank 6 martial artists were also put aside by him. Although these people were unconscious, being hit by this kind of liquefied energy was also beneficial. When a martial artist reached their rank, the celestial bridge would automatically absorb energy. Wang Jinyang did not care about this anymore. He had just broken through to peak rank 5 and had yet to start locating and materializing the Sanjiao Gate. Now, however, Wang Jinyang felt that maybe he could consider entering rank 6. The locating and materializing of the Sanjiao Gate did not have much to do with energy. However, in this environment, it was easier for martial artists to sense the location of the Sanjiao Gate. Although they could not enter, they could take the opportunity to enter rank 6 quickly. As for the monsters and monster plants in the boundary zone, these monsters and monster plants were all rushing to the vicinity of the boundary wall. No matter how many monsters and monster plants there were on a daily basis, none of the monsters attacked at this time. The energy tide only came once every few months. This was also their only chance to cultivate. The day of the energy tide was also their day of peace. Right now, everyone was cultivating. No monsters had the mind to care about others. While Fang Ping and the rest were cultivating crazily, the edge of the Forbidden Sea. Qin Fengqing and Feng Ping rushed for 2 to 3 days before they arrived at the forbidden sea tributary. Looking at the small river in front of them, Qin Fengqing had smashed the stone dozens of times without any movement. He could not help but ask, "Ironhead, didn't you say that this place is extremely dangerous? Why is there no movement at all?" Li Hansong shook his head. "How would I know? Do we cross the river?" Li Hansong was speechless when he saw Qin Fengqing walking towards the river, even though he said that. He whispered, "Be careful. If we fly into the middle of the river and a high-ranked monster appears, we're done for." Qin Fengqing thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted a huge rock and smashed it into the lake. The lake was still quiet. Qin Fengqing shrugged and said, "If the high ranks are provoked by us like this, why aren't they attacking us? His patience is too good. I don't think there are any demonic beasts in the water." Seems like it. The two of them were not too familiar with the Forbidden Sea. However, they had already caused such a huge commotion. Yet there was no response at all. The possibility of a demonic beast being here was not high. Seeing this, the two of them no longer hesitated and flew towards the other side. Just as the two of them reached the other side of the river, at the bottom of the Forbidden Sea's tributary, the bottom could not be seen. The stone that Qin Fengqing had just thrown had landed on the head of an incomparably huge sea monster. However, at this moment, the demonic beast did not have the mind to care about the two ants above it. The surface of the Forbidden Sea was calm. Currently, there were waves of golden water flowing under the surface. The golden water flowed out from an unknown place and flowed into the Forbidden Sea. Currently, there were more than 100 water monsters gathered at the bottom of the small tributary. The weakest was rank 7. The stronger ones were all rank 9. At this moment, these monsters were greedily absorbing the golden substance that flowed out. The golden substance that flowed once every few months was the main reason why they gathered here. The Forbidden Sea was vast and boundless. It was unimaginable for a small tributary to have a large number of rank 9 monsters. However, there were tributaries like this in the vicinity of many boundaries. There were a large number of rank 9 monsters. These monsters were waiting for an opportunity like this. When the golden substance flowed, as long as it was not a high-rank monster or a human flying over their heads, these monsters would not bother about it. Usually they had nothing to do. Since the food under the water had been eaten, they would just drag some food to eat. Now that there was something better to eat, who would want to eat those ants? As for the dozens of stones that Qin Fengqing had thrown down and hit 4 or 5 monsters, the monsters did not care. It was light and did not feel anything. If they had the time to eat those ants, they might as well ignore it. Qin Fengqing, who had flown to the other side of the river, did not know about this. After flying past the Forbidden Sea tributary, Qin Fengqing looked back and mumbled, "I worried for nothing. This is too easy." Li Hansong was also at a loss. He was prepared to run away in case of a monster ambush. In the end, nothing happened. When he saw the forest in front, Qin Fengqing said cautiously, "This is the forest of death. It's very dangerous." He had heard Pudgy Jiang mention something about it. After crossing the river, it seemed like the forest of death was there. Anyway, it was very dangerous. Pudgy Jiang did not know exactly how dangerous it was. Dam Fatty said that the Forbidden Sea tributary is extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the forest of death. But now that the tributary is completely fine, is the forest of death really dangerous? Qin Fengqing was starting to doubt Jiang Chao's words. Are you kidding me? Also, the energy here is very rich. Qin Fengqing greedily absorbed the overflowing energy. He said joyfully, "We're here. The energy is indeed rich." At this moment, Li Hansong, who was at the side, did not speak. Instead, he stared above his head. Qin Fengqing said a few words. Seeing that he did not speak, he tilted his head and looked at him. Seeing that he was staring above his head, he also looked up. There was nothing above his head. But in the sky ahead, there seemed to be a palace building faintly appearing. Qin Fengqing took a look and swallowed his saliva. He said in surprise, "A remnant of the domain zone." "I don't know. I didn't see anything on the other side of the river just now. Once I came in, I saw it." Li Hansong was also very surprised. He said strangely, "It's only 1,000 meters away. Did it just appear? Or can't we see it from the other side?" "How would I know?" Qin Fengqing also did not know much about this place. The sky above the Forbidden Sea was densely covered with spatial cracks. Looking at the domain zone from the other side, almost nothing could be seen. The space was in chaos. Seeing a corner of the palace in the distance, Qin Fengqing said excitedly, "Stop looking. Let's go and see if it's a treasure." Hearing this, Li Hansong followed and passed by the forest of death. It was incomparably quiet. There seemed to be no life here. The two of them walked cautiously at first. Then they started running. Even when they started running, no demonic beasts or demonic plants appeared. Qin Fengqing was completely relieved. As expected, Damn Fatty did not know much. What danger? Danger might *SS. There was nothing, not even a rat. They ran. When they ran out of the forest of death, Qin Fengqing stared at the buildings that appeared in the sky far away. He said in shock, Is this the heavenly court?" Boundless, majestic buildings floated in the sky. They spread out for thousands of miles. The two of them were not in the same place as Fangping. They were walking at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, which was nearly 100 miles away from Fangping. At this moment, the two of them were not in the mood to care about where Fangping was. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong stared at the buildings in the sky in a daze. After a moment, Qin Fengqing felt Li Hansong tugging at him. He murmured, "What's up, Ironhead? You don't regret bringing you here this time, do you? We're going to be rich." Old Qin, Li Hansong was shivering. His voice was trembling. He did not even dare to speak. His voice was so low that it could not be heard. He tugged at Qin Fengqing once again. Seeing that he was about to speak, Li Hansong covered his mouth immediately. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. The two of them had been looking at the sky earlier. Their attention was attracted by the majestic buildings in the sky. However, at this moment, Li Hansong pointed straight ahead. His body was trembling. Qin Fengqing followed the direction of his finger and looked. Then he began to shiver. Mother ***. That scared the hell out of me. There was no dilapidated ancient city here. There were only some messy gravel. There was nothing to hide in front of them. About 3,000 to 4,000 meters away from them, underground, every 1,000 meters there was a huge monster beast or monster plant lying on the ground, cultivating. How many were there? Qin Fengqing swept his gaze across. He could see about 7,000 to 8,000 meters. There were close to 10 monsters and monster plants. And this was not all. In the areas where his vision was blurry, he could also see some towering monster plants or incomparably huge monsters. Gulp! Qin Fengqing swallowed his saliva, trembling slightly. Mother ***. This was a gathering of monsters and monster plants? So many, because he had passed through the Forbidden Sea and the Forest of Death. He thought that there was nothing here. Who knew that all the monsters and monster plants were here? It was too scary. Ironhead, what should we do? Qin Fengqing stuttered. He was not afraid of death, but it did not mean that he was looking for it. There were so many high-ranked monsters. They were definitely high-ranked. He was sure that he could not be wrong. If he was discovered, he would be dead meat. Li Hansong was also extremely nervous. Then he suddenly scratched his head and said, This place, why do I feel a little familiar?" At this time, while Li Hansong was looking at these monsters, he could not help but see the floating palaces. He said with some suspicion, "Old Qin, this place, I think I've been here before." Qin Fengqing, who was already prepared to run away, stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He swallowed his saliva again and said, "You've been here before? This is your first time here. Could it be?" Li Song murmured, "Heavenly Court? Is this my northern general's residence?" He looked at the residence that seemed to exist alone in front of him, a little lost. This place really felt a little familiar to him. Of course, he was sure that he had never been here before and had never seen these before, but it just felt familiar. He thought about what Fong Ping had told him. Could it be that he was looking at the Northern General's residence now? Northern General's residence. Qin Fengqing was almost stunned. Don't joke with me. Could this really be Heavenly Court? This was Li Hansong's hometown? No, Li Hansong suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, "It doesn't seem like it. I feel like I might have been here before, but this isn't my home." Qin Fengqing looked at him blankly. "How could you tell? Also, if this wasn't your home, then whose home was it? No, this wasn't your home in the first place. Just because you said it was yours? Just as Qin Fengqing was feeling suspicious, Li Hansong suddenly said in his sleep, I'm guessing. Could this be the Southern General's residence? Old Yao's residence? This is Tiannan. This is also the south of the Tiannan catacombs. It's all in the south. Maybe this is Old Yao's home. I might have been here before. Then the Northern General's residence, could it be in the north?" As he spoke, Li Hansong looked toward the north. The north was where Mount Imperial Sea was. Could it be that his residence was in the north? Was Heavenly Court in the catacombs? Could it be that the Southern General was fighting in the Forbidden Sea in the south? The Northern General was fighting in the Forbidden Sea in the north? Was the Southern General more powerful, or the Northern General more powerful? The Forbidden Sea seemed to be more dangerous than the Forbidden Sea. Could it be that Li Hansong was not as strong as Yao Qingjun in his past life? At this moment, these extremely strange thoughts floated in Li Hansong's mind. The Southern General and Northern General must be very powerful. Then, was there a Western General and Eastern General? If there was, it didn't seem like much. Fighting in the small territory next to it? This strength didn't seem to be enough. Right, this was the Southern Territory. Could it be that this wasn't the Heavenly Court, but simply a Southern General's residence? Did that not mean that this was all Yao Qingjuan's old home? Li Hansong had countless doubts again. Then he said in a daze, "Should we go to old Yao's house?" Qin Fengqing wanted to curse. "So you've already assigned everything? First your house, then Yao Qingjuan's house. Why not mine? Too lazy to bother with this guy." Qin Fengqing carefully glanced at the beasts in front of him. Suddenly he frowned and said, "Ironhead, look. Are those beasts cultivating? It seems like there's energy seeping out of that transparent wall. The sealed world." At this time, Qin Fengqing sobered up and quickly made a judgment. This is the sealed world. They can't enter. Ironhead, you said that this is either your house or old Yao's house. Then this sealed world might be the anti-theft door you made. Do you have the key to your own anti-theft door? Li Hansong said in distress, "It might not be my house. I feel that it's old Yao's house. Even if he has the key, will old Yao give it to me? Why don't we go to the north? Maybe that's where my house is. I'll go open the door." This guy really wanted to try opening the door now. Maybe he really made the anti-theft door himself. Open the anti-theft door and go back to my hometown. Maybe there's something good there. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing said softly, "Why don't you try opening the door here? Anyway, didn't you say that you might have been here before? Maybe you stole the key to old Yao's house?" "I'm not that kind of person." Li Hansong was displeased. "Why would I do such a thing?" "Then maybe you two were close and he gave you the key?" "That's true." Li Hansong thought about it and suddenly shook his head. "No, there's so many watchdogs at the door. I don't dare to go." There were demon beasts and demon plants everywhere. He really didn't dare to go. Now he even wanted to leave. Qin Fengqing curled his lips and mumbled, "Look, those demon beasts and demon plants are not moving at all. And the energy there is so thick. It's almost comparable to energy essence. There's still a gap between the two demon beasts, 1,000 meters away. Tai Tu, why don't we sneak over and take a look? Maybe we can directly open the door and enter. We've encountered all kinds of danger along the way. Why don't we? Qin Fengqin gritted his teeth and said, I'll take a loss and lure away a demon beast. You go and try opening the door. I'll come back after you've opened the door. Li Hansong was stunned. This guy really wasn't afraid of death. There were so many demon beasts here. Once he lured the whole body and caused so many demon beasts and demon plants to riot, even 10 Qin Fengqings would be dead. Seeing that he was silent, Qin Fengqing said enviously, What do you say? Bring me to your house. No, to old Yao's house? Don't worry, I'll just take a look. I'll come out after cultivating for a while. Li Hansong said with a headache, It might not be our house. Maybe it's old Wang's house? Maybe it's Fang Ping's house? Or someone else's. Back then, the 108 generals of the heavenly court. Qin Fengqing was speechless. Whose house was it? Before he could ask, Li Hansong murmured again, That's right. Fang Ping said 108 generals of the heavenly court. 108 territories. Could it be that each territory is a mansion? What Fang Ping said is all true. That's right. How can the heavenly court be so small? Even if it's the heavenly court within 1,000 miles, the heavenly palace is too small. If it's 108 mansions, it'll be normal if they're the general's mansions. Then, where's the heavenly court? Thinking of this, Li Hansong suddenly looked up at the sky, then looked at Mount Imperial Sea in the north, murmuring, Could it be? Could it be that the 108 generals' mansions surround and protect the heavenly court? If the 4 territories in the north, south, east, and west are circular and all surround Mount Imperial Sea, then inside Mount Imperial Sea is the heavenly court? Speaking of this, Li Hansong was stunned. Back then, the heavenly court had set up its headquarters in the restricted area. Then now, could it be that the people in the restricted area were living in the heavenly court back then? Or perhaps the catacombs was where the heavenly court was back then? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Li Hansong was. He wanted to know what had happened back then that caused the heavenly court to fall apart and the 108 generals to die in battle. At this moment, he really did not consider that Fang Ping was fooling him. Everything that Fang Ping said had been verified. He said that they were powerhouses who had come back to life. This was true. He said that the storage ring existed and that he and his people still had these things. It was possible that they were inside his gate of life. He said that there were 108 generals in the heavenly court. Now, there were 108 small territories and 108 territories. There were also incomparably huge mansions that appeared in the territories. It also corresponded. Everything was true. The heavenly court really existed. Li Hansong was still shocked, still at a loss, still in shock. Qin Fengqing could not hold it in anymore. He scolded in a low voice, You might as well just say that the catacombs are yours. The possibility is very high. Li Hansong looked serious. The possibility was really very high. Qin Fengqing was about to break down. He scolded again, Stop talking nonsense. You're already dead. No, you're already dead in your past life. When you're dead, everything is confiscated. No matter who these things belong to, it's first come, first served now. Do you want to try going in? Li Hansong hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the monsters around him. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Let's go and try. Keep the commotion down. These monsters seem to have entered a deep level of cultivation. Don't lure them away to avoid adding to the trouble. Let's try, just try. If we can't get in, then we'll give up. Don't force your way in. The anti-theft door that we set up back then must be very strong. Shut up! Qin Fengqing felt uncomfortable. What did he say? Did it really become your house? And the anti-theft door that you guys set up? I was just saying it and you took it seriously? Li Hansong said no more. Forget it. Whether it was his house or old Yao's house or the homes of other generals. He would give it a try. Anyway, he really felt that this place was a little familiar. The two of them said no more and carefully moved toward the boundary wall. Within 1,000 meters, there were two high-ranked monsters. At such a short distance, the two of them could not hide their vitality force. They might have been discovered already. But these monsters did not move at all. Maybe it would be fine? Both of them were extremely afraid. However, looking at the boundary wall, energy was even leaking out like water. Both of them were extremely envious. After going through so much trouble to come here, they should at least give it a try. Chapter 5:14. Ancient City. The Sanjiao Gate above Fangping's head was frantically consuming energy to close its door. It would be a waste not to use energy that did not cost money. He had no way of collecting the energy that had spilled out. Otherwise, Fangping would have tried to see if he could bring it back and turn it into high-ranked energy stones. While he was consuming energy to close the gate, Wang Jinyang was also rapidly locating the Sanjiao Gate. Or rather, Wang Jinyang did not even bother to locate it before the Sanjiao Gate was found. Peak rank 5 martial artists would usually spend a lot of time searching for the Sanjiao Gate. Even Fangping had previously spent 7 days and 7 nights on the sea in order to materialize the Sanjiao Gate. As for Wang Jinyang, in this energy-rich environment, the Sanjiao Gate even seemed to be squeezing outwards on its own. Wang Jinyang was very surprised. This was too easy to find, was it not? Or could it be that he had materialized it once in his past life, and this was just a kind of revival? He did not know, but it did not stop him from materializing the Sanjiao Gate. Just as Fangping was still closing the door, 3 gates suddenly appeared above old Wang's head. Fangping woke up with a start. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The speed at which the 3 doors appeared was extremely fast. Appearing in this space from another space was almost as easy as drinking water, unlike Fangping, who seemed a little constipated. What shocked Fangping even more was one of old Wang's Sanjiao Gate was sealed. Yes, it was sealed. The moment it was materialized, it was even a little transparent. Just like Qin Fengqing, Fangping also saw something inside. Fangping looked at old Wang with a dazed expression. Mother ***, he really resurrected with a treasure. Wang Jinyang was also looking above his head at this moment, mumbling, This is a sealed life gate. Fangping's expression was strange. He said, Old Wang, we're rich. Wang Jinyang ignored him and continued to materialize the Sanjiao Gate. After a while, the Sanjiao Gate was completely materialized. At this moment, mysterious energy began to feed back to his body. Something that made Fangping even more depressed happened. At this moment, old Wang's body actually showed signs of turning into a light golden color. Mother ***, what was going on? You guys are too shameless. I've cheated for so long and consumed countless resources. I've even consumed a large amount of life essence and immortal substances to forge a half golden body. Are you guys going to forge a half golden body straight away? Shameless. Fangping cursed under his breath. Cheating. Even if he cheated, he had worked hard and struggled. He had been beaten into a skeleton many times. Lao Wang was too shameless. Iron Head Li was the same. After cultivating for a night, Iron Head Li had a half golden body. Old Wang, materialize your Sanjiao Gate, and you'll have half a golden body. Was there any justice in this world? There was no justice in the world. Luckily, old Wang did not have golden bones. Otherwise, Fangping would have beaten him to death. As for Li Hansong, he had not tempered his bone marrow yet. Even if these two fellows were rank 6, they still had a slight advantage over him. In addition, their mentality was average, which made Fangping feel slightly better. Otherwise, he really wanted to strangle these fellows to death. After a while, Wang Jinyang's energy feedback ended. He lowered his head to look at his body, and then at the Sanjiao Gate above his head that had yet to be retracted. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I can't open it. It can't be opened? I can't push it open. At this moment, Wang Jinyang could no longer maintain his composure. He frowned and asked, "What's inside the life gate?" "How would I know?" Fang Ping had just said that when he suddenly coughed softly and said, "It could be a storage ring, a divine weapon, or a cultivation combat technique, or something." Of course, it could also be imperishable substances or something else. "I can't see too clearly. What about you?" Wang Jinyang gave him a look and asked, "Your life gate is open, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "It's normal. Everyone has their own path of resurrection." Wang Jinyang ignored him. In the past, he felt that Fang Ping's words were 30% false and 70% true. Now it was 10% true and 90% false. It was fine to just listen to it, but not take it seriously. He continued to stare at his Sanjiao gate for a while. Beside him, Fang Ping suddenly said, "You've sealed a gate. Doesn't that mean your realm is higher than mine?" At this moment, Fang Ping thought of the main point. Then, as the martial arts university's #1, wouldn't I fall behind? Wang Jinyang looked at him. After a while, he said, "The sealing of the life gate doesn't seem to bring me much benefit. Also, it can't be opened. This cannot be opened. Opening it by force would not work either. This might not be a good thing. At least when they were fighting for their lives, others could open a sealed gate. He could not. Then his explosive power would be slightly weaker than those of the same rank. Of course, they had a huge advantage. If others really opened 3 gates, they would not have the upper hand." After Wang Jinyang said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "If it can't be opened, maybe one person's strength is not enough. Old Wang, are you afraid that if you open it, you won't be able to seal it?" "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I'll help you. Both of us will push open your life gate and take a look. Maybe we can get what's in your life gate. What I'm afraid of is that once it's opened, it can't be sealed. Then it'll be troublesome. I even suspect that if we really open it by force, it will cause a huge loss of your vitality. Then it'll be over. After all, you're an old antique, you're not?" Fang Ping was speechless. "Why are you interrupting? Why do you care whether I am or not?" Ignoring him, Fang Ping continued, "What I'm saying is I can disguise your aura and use my strength to help you open this gate." Wang Jinyang said again, "Previously you said that you can't disguise a human's aura, only a bloodline descendant. That's why you said that Qin Feng Qing is your bloodline. Now you can do it again." Fang Ping's embarrassment turned into anger. He said exasperatedly, "Old Wang, since when did you learn to talk nonsense?" This guy was very quiet before. Now he talked too much nonsense. He even picked on Fang Ping's loopholes. "I'm talking about serious matters, important matters. It's related to your identities. Can you not interrupt me?" Wang Jinyang did not say any more. This guy, he really did not speak the truth. Lies. Super big lies. That guy Qin Fengqin was almost fooled into believing it was true. Now, this guy was overturning his own words. This made Wang Jinyang very tired. This guy Fang Ping, in the future, he should just listen to the opposite of what he said. Of course, serious matters were more important. After hearing that, Wang Jinyang said, "Your aura disguise is just a disguise. The source is still different from mine. Can you really touch my Sanjiao gate?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. "I said it's a disguise, but it might not be a disguise. Maybe you can disguise it until it's real? Do you want to try? Tell me. I'll go in and take a look." Wang Jinyang thought about it and nodded. "All right, we can try. Even if there's no way to seal it, it's nothing." After hearing that, Fang Ping did not delay any further. He began to disguise old Wang's aura. Very soon, his aura was the same as old Wang's. However, only he could feel it. Wang Jinyang could not. Fang Ping's energy shield was still open. After disguising his aura, Fang Ping's hand emitted a weak gush of vitality force and shot it toward the life gate above Wang Jinyang's head. Ding! A low, inaudible sound of collision was heard, as if it came from another space. Fang Ping's gaze moved. He was slightly excited. He said in a low voice, "I can do it." Wang Jinyang was also a little shocked. Could this guy really do it? How was it possible? Then his aura disguise. This was not even disguise anymore. If this guy looked exactly like him, would he not be a living copy of himself? The aura of the origin could also be disguised? How could it be? Wang Jinyang's head was as big as a cow's. Who was Fang Ping exactly? Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Ping suddenly coughed softly. Actually, my aura disguise is only effective on people I know. Back then, I intercepted a part of your life origin. Get lost. Old Wang scolded him directly. Mother****, still trying to lie to me. Fang Ping pursed his lips. It's up to you to believe it or not. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'll try to push it. You use your strength too. Let's work together to push it. All right. Both of them did not waste any time. They began to gather their strength and pushed the sealed door together. However, after pushing for a while, even using Fang Ping's mentality, it was still useless. The door did not budge an inch. Sensing all this, Fang Ping shook his head. No, the difference in strength is too big. Maybe I can only do it after my mentality materializes. But it's almost there. My mentality is about to materialize. At this time, both of them stopped cultivating. Cultivating here was very fast, and there was plenty of energy too. However, both of them mainly had to seal the Sanjiao Gate. For all ranks of martial artists, the energy requirement for rank 6 was actually the smallest. Rank 7 needed a lot of energy to hone their skulls. Rank 8 needed to hone their golden body. Currently, rank 9 was unclear. As for the other rank 1 to rank 5, those who hone their bones would hone their bones. Those who hone their organs would hone their organs. Only rank 6 did not need that much. Of course, there were still many benefits to cultivating with such a high concentration of energy. The closing speed was also slightly faster. However, Fang Ping himself was rich. He had a lot of life essence, so he did not put his heart and soul into cultivation. Compared to energy, Fang Ping was more curious about this palace inside the boundary zone. What exactly was this place? Fang Ping was still thinking if he should try to go in and take a look. In the end, before he could move, the boundary wall suddenly trembled. The next moment, inside the boundary wall, an extremely powerful aura rose. Even through the boundary wall, this incomparably powerful aura was projected. Fang Ping was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. As for the monsters and plants near the boundary wall, they were all howling in fear, fleeing toward the periphery one after another. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He said in surprise, "There's someone inside." "No, it doesn't seem like pressure." Wang Jinyang was also stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly picked up Zhang Qingnan and the other person, saying nervously, "Let's leave this place first." Fang Ping also picked up the 2 golden skeletons. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to look inside the boundary wall to see what was happening. However, the next moment, Fang Ping was stunned. Fang Ping kicked Wang Jinyang, turned his head, and said, "What's that?" Hearing that, Wang Jinyang also turned his head to look. When he saw inside the boundary wall, there seemed to be 2 figures flying toward them. He was also stunned. Was there really someone there? However, it did not seem like they flew out. Why did it feel like they were thrown out? Moreover, as these 2 figures got closer and closer to the boundary wall, why did it feel a little familiar? Fang Ping also felt a little familiar. At this moment, Fang Ping held back his palpitations, stopped, looked again for a moment, and said with a dazed expression, "Iron Head and Qin Fengqing! It's them. How can this be? Why are these 2 fellows here?" Both of them looked at each other, stunned. In the next moment, these 2 figures that stunned them were already close to the boundary wall. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions were heard. Then Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang saw on the boundary wall two figures slipping down from the boundary wall in midair like mud. When they slid to the bottom, Fong Ping could even see the two people's faces in extreme pain. At this moment, the boundary wall wriggled, like vomiting, squeezing the two out directly. Li Hansong was still a little dizzy. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's not my house. We entered the wrong place." Having said that, Li Hansong suddenly leaped up vigilantly. When he saw Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing staring at him with an extremely strange expression, Li Hansong was also shocked. "Why are you guys here?" Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing were not rare in the boundary wall. But why were they in front of them? Beside them, Qin Fengqing, who was dizzy from the fall, also stood up at this moment. He saw stars and said, "Ironhead, didn't you say this is your house? If not, then why is old Yao's house so brutal?" As Qin Fengqing said that, he also saw Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing looking embarrassed. Then, disregarding the presence of the two people, he picked up the thing in his hand and started eating. Fong Ping watched for a while and could not help but ask in shock, "You're eating dirt!" "Why, you want it too?" Qin Fengqing looked alert. Then he quickly ate most of the dirt in his hand and said immediately, "There's no more. I've eaten it. My saliva is all on it. Don't even think about it." Fong Ping's face darkened. Only a ghost would want your dirt. However, Fong Ping still could not hold it in. Full of doubts, he asked hurriedly, "Why are you guys here? And you even entered the boundary wall. Right, what happened to you guys? It seems like you were thrown out by someone. What was that explosive force just now? Was it a person? Was there someone inside?" "It's a long story." Li Hansong sighed and briefly explained for a while. At last he said, "Then I tried and I really squeezed in. However, just as I squeezed in, that bastard Qin Fengqing grabbed me and followed me in. I didn't even have time to react before I was grabbed by something. Then we were thrown out." Li Hansong sighed. "This isn't my house. We entered the wrong door. We're probably not welcome. Is there someone inside?" Fong Ping asked hurriedly. Li Hansong shook his head. "I don't know. Anyway, I was caught and thrown out the moment I entered." Beside him, Qin Fengqing answered, "It doesn't seem like a person. It seems like. Qin Fengqing did not know how to describe it. After a while, he said, "I can't describe it. It feels a little like a dead thing." "Oh, right." As he said that, Qin Fengqing said with some shock, "When I was thrown out just now, I think I saw the Yang family's old ancestor." "You saw it?" The other three were very surprised. Qin Fengqing nodded. "Really? When I was thrown out, I was thinking if I should grab something and bring it out. In the end, I saw a person kneeling at the Sky Palace's main entrance. I don't know if it's the Yang family's old ancestor. It should be him. Fatty Jiang has the portraits of the 13 old ancestors. These people's outfits have been drawn. I think they look a little like him." Fong Ping said in surprise, kneeling. "Not dead?" Qin Fengqing shook his head. "I don't know if he's dead or not. Anyway, there's no movement. Maybe he's dead. It's normal for the dead to kneel. But it's strange. How did he die at the main entrance?" As he said that, Qin Fengqing said again, "Ironhead and I were directly sucked into the Sky Palace in the sky and then thrown out. We didn't die. How did he die?" As he spoke, Qin Fengqing continued to eat the soil. Fong Ping watched for a while and was speechless. "You're still eating?" "Duh," Qin Fengqing said gloomily. "This time the only thing I got from entering here is this handful of soil. I grabbed it when I just came out. You don't say. It's really good stuff. It's really delicious. It's rich in energy. I feel like my body has become stronger. It's good stuff, a divine item." As Qin Fengqing said that, he quickly ate the rest of the soil. He said happily, "Not bad. I didn't return empty-handed. Fong Ping, this thing is really strong. I feel like it's even stronger than the life essence I consumed last time. I feel like I'm about to break out of the soil and be reborn. This is definitely not soil. It just looks a little like soil. Fong Ping stared at him for a while. After a while, he murmured, "You're not just feeling it. You've really broken out of the soil and sprouted. Old Qin, don't tell me that the soil you grabbed is specially used to plant medicinal herbs?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feng Qing touched his head. As a result, he was stunned. On his head it had begun to sprout. No, it was growing hair. It grew faster and faster. After a while, his long hair reached his waist. The few of them looked dazed. Fong Ping thought for a while and looked around. In a crevice, he found a stalk of tenacious grass. Then Fong Ping plucked the grass. While Qin Feng Qing was still in a daze, he stuffed the grass root on his head. And this stalk of grass began to grow very quickly. The few of them were completely stunned. Qin Feng Qing's face darkened. He grabbed the grass and threw it aside. Then he said somewhat speechlessly, "What kind of soil is this? The effect is too good." This time when he entered the bounded zone, he did not get anything. He only grabbed a handful of soil and came out. In the end, it actually made him sprout. Everyone was also extremely speechless. This guy did not bring anything when he entered the inner circle. He only brought this back, and it actually made people germinate. Wang Jinyang looked for a while and seemed to understand. He laughed and said, "The energy inside is too rich." "Fong Ping, you saw the energy rain earlier, right? The soil inside must be extremely rich in energy. Maybe it's even mixed with a little vitality. It's not strange for it to break out of the soil and sprout." Qin Feng Qing did not care about this. He only said unhappily, "It's still growing. Mother asterisk her, I'm done for. My whole body is growing hair. How long will this take?" He looked like a savage. His eyebrows, beard, and hair on his body were all growing hair. Fong Ping stared at his crotch for a while and could not help but laugh. "Who knows how long it will take? You eat everything." He did not continue talking about this. Qin Feng Qing would not die anyway. Fong Ping said again, "This place doesn't seem to allow us to enter." Iron Head went in and was thrown out too. Could it be because he did not meet the requirements? Or is there another reason? The key is that both of you are actually not dead. That's strange. Fong Ping was confused. These two fellows did not die even after messing around. They were even thrown out alive. What was the reason for this? Li Han Song could actually go in. Iron Head can go in. Fong Ping said suddenly, "I can too." They all looked at him. Wang Jinyang seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and said, "Don't try anymore. It's too dangerous. You were thrown out just now. If you mess around again, you might be killed." Fong Ping could change his aura. Perhaps he could change into Li Hansong's aura and blend in. However, Li Hansong himself was thrown out. If he changed into Li Hansong's aura, it would probably not be any better. Thinking of this, Fong Ping hurriedly asked a few more questions. When he heard Li Hansong's judgment that this was either his house or Yao Qingjuan's house, Fong Ping was speechless. "I was just saying, did you take it seriously?" But then again, it was really possible. Now that Li Hansong was thrown out, did it mean that this was Yao Qingjuan's house? As for Old Wang, he did not sense anything. It should have nothing to do with him. Fong Ping pondered for a moment and began to change his aura. This time it was not Li Hansong's, but Yao Qingjuan's. When he changed his aura, as long as he had seen it before and was weaker than him, he could imitate it. After imitating Yao Qingjuan's aura, in the next moment, Fong Ping was about to try squeezing toward the boundary wall when Wang Jinyang suddenly growled, "Go!" Without another word, Fong Ping turned around and ran. He had just left his original spot when the boundary wall took the initiative to release a mentality attack to attack him. However, it was only an attack and dissipated quickly. It was not the kind of relentless attack that targeted the catacombs peak. Sensing this scene, Li Hansong said in a daze, "It's not old Yao's house. It seems like he's not on good terms with old Yao. He's been dead for so many years. He still remembers old Yao's enemy. It seems like he's purposely chasing people away. Yes, the kind that was purposely chasing people away. It was as if he did not welcome this fellow. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this was the house of Yao Qingjuan's enemy? He's my friend, old Yao's enemy. He's not familiar with old Wang. Li Hansong said with a headache. Fang Ping, do you still remember these? Fang Ping did not utter a word. Nonsense. What did he know? Ignoring him, Fang Ping shook his head and said, Forget it. I can't go in. I'll go back and see if there are any other resurrected martial artists. I'll disguise my aura and try again next time. After he said this, the others did not have much of a reaction. Qin Fengqing waved his saber to cut off the threads of affection while saying faintly, You said that disguising aura can only disguise bloodline descendants. Fang Ping, is old Yao also your grandson? Mother asterisk her, you're lying again. This bastard, is there any truth in his mouth? Earlier, old Wang had also questioned him. Fang Ping's answer was not smooth. This time with experience, Fang Ping said without hesitation, Nonsense. Back then they were all my subordinates. Before they died, in order to find them, I intercepted a part of their life origin. Of course, I can disguise them. Regardless of whether they believed him or not. Fang Ping said as he walked, I can't go in this time. If I have the chance, I'll come again next time. Or I can go to other territories to try. It's time to go. The aura here is almost gone. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave anymore. Earlier in the Sky Palace, a powerful aura had erupted, scaring away those monsters. If they did not leave now, when these monsters came back to their senses, the aura here would also be washed away. Those few people would be in trouble. The others did not object. But Qin Fengqing still said regretfully, I only ate a handful of soil. What a pity. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any danger this time. If there's a chance, I'll come again next time. Now that he said that, Fang Ping remembered. These two fellows could not conceal their aura. How did they cross the Forbidden Sea? He asked casually. When he found out, the two of them flew indirectly. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were speechless. They did not die. These two fellows' lives were not ordinary. At this moment, Fang Ping was also suspicious. Could it be that his previous guess was right? If the commotion was not big, they would be fine? After asking a few more questions, when he heard that Qin Fengqing had smashed rocks many times without any monsters attacking, Fang Ping felt that this was not because the commotion was not big. When the two of them came in, the energy tide erupted. Could this be the reason? Without thinking about this, Fang Ping prepared to leave. As for the territories, he would come again when his strength was stronger. The Sky Palace, the thing that threw people out, the absolute peak of death, there were too many secrets that could not be unraveled because of his strength. Why would humans appear in the catacombs so early? What was the relationship between Li Hansong's group and these territories? Why did the absolute peak ancestor die after entering here? Even Qin Fengqing, the fellow who followed them in, did not die. How could the Yang family's ancestor die? From the situation of these two people being thrown out, the thing inside did not seem to want to kill everyone. I won't come back again. Fang Ping murmured. Beside him, Qin Fengqing, who was still growing hair, also said at the same time. Eating a handful of soil had almost the same effect as a large amount of life essence. Did that not mean that after eating all the soil here he would be rich? P.S. After thinking about it, I think it's better not to enter the territories now. I overturned some of the original content. These few chapters may have some contradictions. It's too early. The trip to the territories has ended here. Sorry. Chapter 515. Tributary of the Forbidden Sea. Following the eruption of the force in the inner boundary, the energy tide at the boundary wall also stopped. Seeing that Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong were about to fly over casually, Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping each kicked the two of them back. Qin Fengqing was trimming his hair while saying angrily, What are you doing now? I was flying well. and now I'm kicking people again. Are you bullying me? The 4 people here, except for him, were all rank 6 now. At this moment, Qin Fengqin was feeling inferior. After a trip to the bounded zone, he ended up eating dirt and did not get any benefits. He was already depressed. Now that he was kicked by Fang Ping, he could not help but be angry. Fang Ping ignored him. Wang Jinyang said, helplessly, "Don't mess around." Previously, Rose City Lord brought a few high ranks to cross the river. In the end, a rank 8 and 2 rank 7s died. How is that possible? Before Qin Fengqin could finish his sentence, his face stiffened instantly. At this moment, Fang Ping was throwing stones. As soon as the stone was thrown, it shattered instantly. Fang Ping threw for a while more before the river's surface calmed down. However, this time, Fang Ping did not go there. He continued to walk downstream, saying as he walked, "Both of you are extraordinarily lucky to be able to come here alive. There are countless rank 9 monsters underwater. It might have something to do with the energy tide eruption, or else you would have been dead long ago." Wang Jinyang added, "There are space rifts in the sky. Don't fly too high. If a rank 9 is cut by the space rifts, they will die too. Be careful of the monsters from Wanyao Mountain." A rank 9 monster rushed over from Wanyao Mountain earlier. Be careful of the people from the restricted zone too. 3 rank 9s died in the restricted zone this time. Maybe the peerless powerhouses will come in person. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang spoke one after another. Li Hansong and Qin Fengqin were stunned by their words. Was it that strange? Rank 9s were as many as dogs. Along the way, they did not even encounter a rank 8, much less a rank 9. Instead, they encountered a rank 7 monster that chased them until they fled. According to Fang Ping, these 2 fellows encountered a large group of rank 9s. At this moment, Li Hansong still could not forget the bounded zone. He also wanted to clarify these things, so he hurriedly asked about their experiences. After Wang Jinyang roughly explained the situation, Li Hansong was dumbfounded. These 2 fellows have encountered so many things. Furthermore, Lao Wang's door of life was also sealed. With this in mind, Li Hansong suddenly said, "Old Wang, this place isn't our home. Tell me, where is our home? If this is my friend's home, then you say that the domain in the east or the domain of the 10 southern regions is my home?" Wang Jinyang stopped in his tracks. Did Tai Tu really believe that they lived here? He even said the words, "my home." It could be seen that he believed it without a doubt. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Fang Ping grinned and said, "There's no rush. We'll find it sooner or later. 108 territories. We've only reached 1 territory. There are still 107 more. As he said that, Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, "Speaking of which, I'm afraid some of our old brothers' houses have been raided." Li Hansong hurriedly said, "Was it raided?" "Yes." Fang Ping nodded and said, "People from the restricted area, or us humans, have entered the domain. I feel that they are quite familiar with these places. This domain in the Tian'an catacombs is probably one of the stricter ones. The power of the sealed boundary is very strong. Even the top powerhouses have a hard time breaking it. However, it may not be the same for other places. Otherwise, if we really don't know anything, everyone won't understand the domain so well. Didn't they say that they ate dirt babies? Jiang Chao, the guy who has never been to the domain, has some understanding of this. This kind of understanding, of course, comes from Suppressing Star City. I suspect that one of Suppressing Star City's top powerhouses has also entered the domain. It's not the Yang family's patriarch, but someone else. Right? Didn't you say that Commander Li has also entered the domain before? Therefore, it must be that someone's house was raided." Li Hansong was a little upset when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, "My home won't be raided too, will it?" As the 2 of them spoke, Wang Jinyang said with a slight headache, "Both of you, don't talk about my home or your home. This topic is over. Right now, everything is unclear. The palace in this place stretches for thousands of miles. Are you sure it's someone's mansion? He still did not quite believe it. Such a huge group of palaces that stretched for thousands of miles. What kind of concept was this? The domain was very long. The exact width was not clear, but even if it was only 1,000 meters wide, in reality it could not be that wide. That would be too out of place. Perhaps even a 10,000 meters wide was not considered much. Calculating it this way, the domain's area was at least a few thousand square kilometers. Magic City, on the other hand, was only a few thousand square kilometers. A domain size was comparable to Magic City's. This was a person's mansion? Wang Jinyang actually did not believe it. If this was true, then what kind of power and influence did those people have back then? He did not believe it. Li Hansong retorted, "Then why can I enter this place? You can't?" Logically speaking, we're both resurrected ancient martial artists. If we live together, then if I can, you can too. Wang Jinyang was speechless. All right. Ironhead had completely fallen into his own fantasy. His perception had deviated. No matter what was said now, he would not believe it, except for Fong Ping. Even if Fong Ping's words were full of loopholes, as long as he poked him in the head, Ironhead would not care about these loopholes. Wang Jinyang was too lazy to continue. After walking for a while, he looked at Fong Ping and asked slightly uneasily, "There's so many people, can we cross?" Now, it was not just the two of them. There were 4 of them, plus the 4 living dead, so there were 8 of them. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll fly to the middle of the river later. Each of you will carry 1 person. After the 2 in front have crossed the river, the ones behind will cross." His system, or concealing, increased by 10 times with 1 more person. If he carried the remaining 7 people together, that would be 100 billion per minute. Fong Ping's current total wealth did not even reach 100 billion. He would go bankrupt in less than a minute. Of course, with Li Mo, these 2 rank 8s, he could not conceal his aura. Fortunately, these 2 people were almost completely dead now. Before this, Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang both thought that they were completely dead. If it was not because the storage space could not be stored, Fong Ping would also think that they were dead. In this state, they were no different from dead people. Fong Ping felt that it did not matter if he did not conceal his aura. Since Fong Ping said so, everyone had no objections. Wang Jinyang brought his teacher, Li Hansong brought another rank, 6 martial artists, and Qin Fengqin brought 2 skeletons and began to prepare to cross the river. Old Wang and Ironhead had no problems crossing the river. It was extremely smooth. When it came to Qin Fengqin, this fellow's hair continued to grow wildly halfway. He did not even have time to trim it, and his hair actually dragged into the water. When the hair fell into the water, there was movement in the water instantly. Fong Ping saw it and swung his saber over in time, cutting off his hair. After that, there was a ripple on the water surface, and the hair quickly disappeared on the water surface. This time, Qin Fengqin was so scared that his face turned green. He dared not make a sound, quickly flying to the other side of the river with the 2 skeletons. When Fong Ping flew over, Qin Fengqin was about to cry. He said gloomily, "What the hell is this soil? My hair is growing too fast." How would I know? Fong Ping was too lazy to say more. He frowned slightly and said, "Everyone, now we need to think about how to go back. There are too many people. I can't help everyone conceal their auras. In this case, we can't go through the land of the far west. The only way is to go through the edge of the Forbidden Sea." Ironhead, did everything go smoothly when you came here? Li Hansong said immediately, "It was quite dangerous. We encountered a rank 7 monster in the sea, and it even chased us for a while. However, we discovered the whereabouts of those people from Startown City. They were in front, and they took care of some dangerous places. We followed their route and arrived here. However, now that a few days have passed, even if the monsters in some places have been killed, it may not be safe." Beside him, Wang Jinyang was not as nervous as he was. He took out a token from his chest pocket. The word subdue was printed on it. He said, "This should be the token with the peerless aura that you deduced earlier, Fong Ping. I found this at the battle scene in the city. It might be useful." Fong Ping picked up the token and glanced at it. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's better than nothing. It might be useful, but it should be ineffective against a rank 9. They probably use the small tree and the word suppress to cross the forbidden sea." At this moment, Fong Ping already knew how these high ranks crossed the river. With those things, the rank 9 monster would be sensitive and would not dare to attack them. Previously, he thought that the monsters under the water were stupid and would be scared off by a little aura. A rank 9 was a highly intelligent being. Now, it seemed that the other party was not stupid. Those two things were really enough to suppress and kill them. High-ranked monsters still had a sense of danger. The stronger they were, the more they could sense it. As he said that, Fong Ping said, "Then we'll go to the edge of the forbidden sea. I was planning to go back and blow up another city, but let's forget about it now. There will be another chance next time. This time, everyone has gained something. Old Wang and Ironhead have also reached rank 6. Maybe the 3 of us can try to break through to rank 7 when we go back." Rank 7, that's still too early. When Li Hansong heard this, he was still very surprised. Fong Ping was very confident. He had already sealed the door, but he did not think about achieving rank 7 quickly. Fong Ping, on the other hand, dared to think about it. Fong Ping laughed. "That's not for sure." This time, everyone entered the catacombs together. Everyone knew his secret of disguising his aura, so there was nothing to hide. When they got out, they would try to seal the door together. If 3 rank 6 martial artists work together, their speed should be extremely fast, right? Even if Old Wang and Ironhead sealed 3 doors, they still had to think of ways to train their mentality. He did not need to. Fong Ping felt that he could seal 2 doors at most, and then he would be able to materialize his mentality. When the 3rd door was sealed, maybe he would directly enter rank 7 and become a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. As they talked excitedly, Qin Fengqin continued to cut off his hair and said gloomily, "What about me?" "You," Fong Ping glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "I think the effect of this handful of soil is not bad. If you go back and hone it for a while, your meridians might be able to be reconstructed and enter upper stage, rank 5. After a year or 2, entering rank 6 before the age of 30 is not bad." Qin Fengqin was unhappy, but he did not say anything. Fong Ping ignored him and said cautiously, "Let's go. We have a lot of people. Be careful." As he spoke, Fong Ping took out a set of armor from the storage space and put it on himself. He also took one for Li Hansong and said, "Let's disguise ourselves as catacombs martial artists and escort them. It will save us some trouble." Everyone looked at Fong Ping. This guy had a lot of tricks. Not only that, Fong Ping also took out a blanket and wrapped the 2 rank 8 skeletons in it, so that the golden bones would not be seen by others and cause trouble. The rank 8 golden bones were also good stuff. If the catacombs martial artists saw them, they might also be tempted. However, Fong Ping and the rest did not know that there were not many high-ranked martial artists in the catacombs at this time. The Battle of Tianan City had killed and injured a large number of catacombs high ranks. The high ranks who entered the bounded domain were also all dead. When they entered the bounded domain, the battle in Tianan City was still ongoing. Today, in the 10 cities of Tianan catacombs, other than the standard mining area with a high rank guarding, there were almost no living rank 7 or 8 powerhouses. In just a few days, Tianan catacombs had entered the high ranks nirvana period. Just as Fong Ping and the rest were rushing in the direction of Tianan City, Nan Yunhua and the rest had just finished a big battle. 22 rank 9s in the catacombs, plus 3 in the restricted area, a total of 25 rank 9 powerhouses. Before Fong Ping and the rest entered the bounded domain, 5 people were killed. In the bounded domain, including Rose King, the catacombs, and the restricted area, a total of 4 rank 9s died. The remaining 16 rank 9s were also in a mess. Rose guarded the dilapidated city, not going anywhere, not leaving either, just staying there. The 2 kings of Monster Feather City had also retreated without any news. Nan Yunue and the rest also realized that previously they had planned to kill Rose, but now they did not care about that fellow at all. That fellow did not participate in the battle at all. Even if a battle broke out at its doorstep, as long as it was not involved, no matter how fierce the battle between both sides was, it would not move. Killing a rank 9 also came with a price. Since the other party did not move, plus the city lord of Rose City, whose whereabouts were still unknown, Nan Yunue gave up on the idea of killing Rose and turned her attention to the 12 rank 9s who had gathered together. As for the Rodent King who left earlier, Nan Yunue and the rest were now in a daze. Not long after the Rodent King returned, there was a riot in the far west. 3 great rank 9s of Wanyao Mountain rushed out, meeting the Rodent King who had just returned. Both sides did not speak at all. Or rather, the few demon kings of Wanyao Mountain did not have the mood to care about the Rodent King at all. When they met the Rodent King, they wanted to kill him by force. The Rodent King could not restrain his anger. He wanted to ask about the situation, but the other party completely ignored him, beating him until his brains were splattered. Not only that, there were 2 more demon kings of Wanyao Mountain who went straight to Rose City, fighting with Rose, who had been silent all this time. They fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark, with no thought of mercy. The paragon opposite Imperial Sea Mountain had spoken once, but the demon kings of Wanyao Mountain pretended not to hear it, and even some demon kings went to the Forbidden Sea to ask for help. In the Forbidden Sea, some monsters could not communicate, but some could. In the coastal area, there were some forbidden areas that also had communication with Wanyao Mountain. At this time, Wanyao Mountain did not trust King Pine at all, and did not dare to go to the Forbidden Sea Mountain to ask for help. Instead, they wanted to go through the Forbidden Sea, go to other areas, enter other small regions, enter other true kings' territories, and then go to the Forbidden Sea to ask for help. Rose King even said that the divine weapon made by the Catacombs City Master came from the Forbidden Sea Mountain, and Wanyao Mountain did not know if the demons in the Forbidden Sea knew. But no matter what, the area under King Pine's jurisdiction was problematic and dangerous. These demon kings were clear about this. Taking advantage of the fact that King Pine was restrained by the true kings of the Land of Rebirth, they first killed King Pine's wings, and at the same time went to the Forbidden Sea Mountain to ask for help. This was also the Demon King's strategy. Therefore, the situation in the catacombs was a mess. Nan Yunue and the others surrounded the 12 rank 9s. On one hand, Wanyao Mountain was besieging Rose, and on the other hand, they were besieging the Rodent King. This was because the Rodent King was a king's territory at the edge of the far west, and both sides did not have a good relationship. Previously, because of the Forbidden Sea Mountain, both sides reached an agreement. But now, the people in the Forbidden Sea Mountain broke the agreement first, and the myriad demon mountain's demon kings did not care anymore. Revenge first. At this point, the chaos in the Tianan catacombs was beyond imagination. King Pine, who was opposite Imperial Sea Mountain, spoke a few times, but it did not work. This true king powerhouse also did not speak anymore. As for whether he was angry or indifferent, no one knew. The demons of each region could establish their own mountain gate and establish the Forbidden Sea Mountain. Naturally, they were not completely without foundation. There were true king demons in the Forbidden Sea Mountain, and there were quite a few of them. This was the root of the Forbidden Sea Mountain's existence. The group of myriad demon mountains' demon kings did not care. They caused such a big commotion, with the intention of luring the Forbidden Sea Mountain's true king out. Without the true king stepping forward, the myriad demon mountains' demon kings were also worried that they would become the city lord's divine soldiers sooner or later. Everything they did now was to save themselves. The group of demon kings had even made up their minds that if they could not invite the demon clan true king this time, they would seek refuge in the Forbidden Land near the Forbidden Sea. At most, they would not return to land, and the true king would not dare to trespass the Forbidden Sea. And all of this, Nan Yunue and the others knew nothing. Even Li Zhen from Imperial Sea Mountain did not know what was going on. The absolute peak would not enter the Tianan catacombs. This was agreed upon by both sides. Everything depended on the strength of both sides. In the Tianan catacombs, there were 25 catacombs rank 9s and 12 humans. They were already at a disadvantage. The humans' absolute peak bet on the 2 different hearts of Tianan. Unexpectedly, things developed 100 times more smoothly than expected. Unforeseen events, one after another. Until now, the combat strength of both sides was completely equal. 10 against 10. The catacombs had lost another 2 rank 9s. The 2 rank 9s from Monster Feather City were directly ignored. These 2 had made up their minds not to step forward. As long as they did not attack their lair, then they could do as they pleased. As for the humans, although 2 rank 9s were also seriously injured, they still had the strength to fight. Both sides actually went from 2 to 1 to 1 for the rank 9s. When they returned to the passageway again, Nan Yunue was both excited and confused. Looking into the distance, Rose City was still fighting. She could not help but ask, what are the myriad demon mountains' demon kings trying to do? Now, 5 of the myriad demon mountains' demon kings had made their move. 3 were besieging the rodent king in the far west, while 2 were besieging the rose flower across several cities. This situation made everyone dumbfounded. Beside her, the heavily injured Minister Wang smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that there's a demon spy in Myriad Demon Mountain too?" This was a joke. The illusion came from Magic City Catacombs Jiao. Everyone knew that there was a demon spy in 100 Beasts Forest during the turmoil in Magic City Catacombs. Now that there were also problems in Tianan Catacombs Forbidden Lands, Minister Wang could not help but crack a joke. Tianan Catacombs Forbidden Lands were not as numerous as Magic City's catacombs. However, Far West's Myriad Demon Mountain was powerful, and also a powerful force that could not be ignored. Previously, everyone was worried that the Forbidden Lands would also make a move. They did not expect that the Forbidden Lands would indeed make a move. However, they were not targeting them, but the catacomb cities. This was really surprising. Minister Wang was joking. On the other side, Wu Quishan, whose face was deathly pale, laughed and said, "It's hard to say. Do you guys think that there's a catacomb spy? I haven't seen the Rose City Lord. Maybe he went to the far west. If he shows his divine weapon in the far west, then everything now can be explained. Does the Rose City Lord have a divine weapon?" Everyone was puzzled. In Magic City, the Skygate City Lord had a divine weapon. Everyone knew this. However, no one knew whether these Catacomb City Lords had a divine weapon or not before they used it. The Rose City Lord had fought with them for a long time and did not show his divine weapon. It was hard to say whether he had one or not. Besides, the other party went to the far west to show his divine weapon. Could it be that he really wanted to be a catacomb? I don't know if he has one, but the possibility is not low. The average city Lord may not have one, but the number 1 city Lord who fought us head-on probably has one. But he doesn't have to go to the far west to use his divine weapon. Is he that stupid? Someone laughed. Why would he go to the far west to use his divine weapon? Was there something wrong with the Rose City Lord's brain? Nan Yunue suddenly said, "That's not necessarily true. Rose City has been destroyed. If the Rose City Lord wants to take the dead end that others have taken, it will be difficult. However, there is a chance in Tianan Catacombs now." As soon as this was said, everyone reacted instantly. Some rank 7 and 8 did not quite understand, but the rank 9 more or less understood. Zhang Weiyu frowned and said, "You mean he went to the western bounded domain?" The possibility is not small. Nan Yunua nodded and said, "There is hope to become the top there now. At this point, it may not be impossible for him to gamble on this opportunity. If that is the case, it is not surprising that he attacked in the far west and even exposed his divine weapon. Maybe he wants the restricted area's top demon race to hold back the catacombs' top human race, to buy him some time." Nan Yunue made some judgments. If the Rose City Lord really wanted to gamble on this opportunity, then he had to be careful of King Song sending people into the bounded domain to cause trouble for him. At this time, if he provoked the demons and King Song to war, then he would have time. This was not impossible. They talked for a while, and Nan Yunue said again, "Ignore them. This is also our chance. Since Rose City was destroyed, the situation has changed completely. If the Rose City Lord really lured out 1,000 Demon Mountain, then the cause is also because of Rose City's destruction. The key to the battle lies in this. You guys say that the city's destruction was really done by Fong Ping and the others? If it is true, where are they now? It had been a few days. Rose City was not too far away. Logically speaking, if they were still alive, they should have returned after the royal city was destroyed. If they did not return for a few days, the chances of them coming back alive were very slim. The turning point of the catacombs war this time was the destruction of the royal city, which triggered a series of unforeseen events. As soon as Nan Yunue said this, the 3 MCMAU Grandmasters fell silent. It had been 3 days since the royal city was destroyed. No, it was almost dawn now. When the sky brightened, it would be the 4th day. In 4 days' time, if Fong Ping and the others were really at Rose City, with their strength, they could walk back a few times. The CCMAU Grandmasters also kept quiet. Li Song went with them. The situation was so chaotic. A few middle-ranked martial artists went and did not return. Who knew if they could come back? These few days, while everyone was fighting, Wu Quishan and the others also took the time to look around Rose City. But they found nothing. However, they did not really find nothing. In fact, they were now certain that Rose City was probably destroyed by Fong Ping and the others. In Rose City, Wu Quishan found some traces of a tunnel, digging tunnels in the catacombs. There were not many who were familiar with this. The catacombs' own people would not do this. This time, other than the Grandmasters, only Fong Ping and the others came in. Obviously, it was those guys who dug it out. But where were they now? Wu Quishan and the others were still thinking. Nan Yunue suddenly sighed softly. "It's a pity that our injuries are also very serious, and we have consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, with our peak combat strength, we can kill at least 3 to 5 of them 10 against 10, or even kill them all. With her and Zhang Weiyu's strength, they could at least hold back 4 rank 9s. Wu Quishan could also hold back a weak 1 at his peak. The remaining 8 rank 9s and 10s of rank 7s and rank 8s could probably kill all of them if they surrounded and killed 5 rank 9s. However, up until now, their vitality had been greatly depleted. On the other hand, on the catacomb side, other than the rose flower and the monster plant that was killed earlier, there were still 3 rank 9 monster plants left. Now that these rank 9 monster plants were facing a life and death situation, their life essence was open for the other rank 9s to use. Nan Yunue and the others who had their vitality greatly depleted did not have the upper hand against these rank 9s who had recovered from their injuries. Instead, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. If they continued to fight like this, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. This time entering the catacombs, they had also brought a lot of recovery items, including life essence. However, the government did not store much. After so many years, it had actually been depleted. After a few battles, it had long been used up. If they did not want to lose too many rank 9s in this Tiannan battle, perhaps it would come to an end soon. Even if the situation was extremely favorable to them now, there was no way to continue fighting. What a pity! It was not only Nan Yunue who sighed. The other rank 9s also felt that it was a pity. They had the heart to kill the enemy, but they were powerless. If they really killed these rank 9 Sino nations, 23 catacombs and Tianan catacombs would be completely pacified. Without the high-rank catacombs, would they still be a threat? On the contrary, without the high-rank catacombs, they would only become the humans' main training camp. When that time came, this place could even become the main battlefield for middle and low-ranked martial artists. It would no longer be the current situation where middle and low-ranked martial artists were like cannon fodder in various catacombs. Now the situation was chaotic. In various catacombs, middle-ranked martial artists even found it difficult to walk out of the city. The opportunities to obtain training were getting fewer and fewer. If this went on for a long time, human middle and low-ranked martial artists would not have the opportunity to gain experience. Could it be that they could really rely on hard cultivation to become high-ranked? Chapter 5:16. The night passed quickly. Dawn came. It was already April 30th, the 5th day since everyone entered the catacombs. After 5 days and countless battles, even the two top-notch powerhouses, Nanyunua and Zhongweiyu, were exhausted and heavily injured. Looking into the distance, at the city behind Rose City, there were still 10 rank 9s gathered there. As for rank 7 and 8 martial artists, there were not as many as rank 9s, only 7 or 8. Nanyunua recovered slightly from her injuries. Her gaze was firm. Everyone, now that things have come to this, even if 1 or 2 of us fall, we must kill a few more rank 9s to achieve our goal. There were still 10 cities in the catacombs. They were not considered forbidden lands now. There were 13 rank 9s alive. They must kill at least 3 more, including Rose Flower. This way, in order to defend those giant mines, Tianan catacombs would not see any rank 9s in action in the future. Although they could not completely pacify Tianan, at least they could defend Tianan catacombs without the presence of rank 9s. Having said that, Nanyunua suddenly looked at Wu Quishan. After struggling for a moment, she said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, how about you and Vice-Chancellor Bai team up and stop a rank 9? Vice-Chancellor Bai was CCMAU's Vice-Chancellor. He was also a peak rank 8 powerhouse. However, both of them were severely injured now. Facing a rank 9 who was still in good condition, both of them might fall in this fight, and the probability was very high. Wu Quishan nodded slightly. Next to him, a white-haired old man also nodded. Now that things had come to this, they could only go all out. They could not kill rank 9s, but rank 9s could. That was why they kept one rank 9 occupied. The other rank 9 powerhouse could go and kill other catacombs rank 9s. Beside them, Lu Fenger's eyes were red. After struggling for a moment, she said reluctantly, "He has already killed 3 rank 8s and stopped rank 9s several times. You still want him to die. This was suicide." Wu Quishan had used up all his imperishable substances since the start of the fight. If he fought a rank 9 again, he would definitely die. Wu Quishan shouted softly, "Shut up!" Then he looked at Nanyunua and smiled. "Don't worry. Old Bai and I will do our best. We won't let the other party leave our battlefield." CCMAU's old vice-chancellor also said softly, "It's worth it to kill a few more rank 9s. A few rank 7s and 8s died in exchange for half of Tiannan's catacombs being leveled. It was indeed worth it. Moreover, both he and Wu Quishan's imperishable substance had been used up. Their path to rank 9 might have already been severed. He was not the only one. Many of the rank 8 powerhouses present felt the same way. A rank 8 powerhouse was very strong but also very weak. The imperishable substance was the foundation of their strength. The strength of the golden body was closely related to the imperishable substance. The rapid recovery of his injuries and the endurance of his battle prowess were also related to the imperishable substance. Even after being seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was still able to maintain his powerful battle prowess. But its weakness was also very obvious. His imperishable substance had been used up, and his foundation had been damaged. The road ahead was practically cut off. Both vice-chancellors of famous schools were prepared to stall a rank 9 with the determination to die. This made everyone present uncomfortable. At this point in the battle, the rank 7 martial artists were almost powerless to fight anymore. Rank 9 martial artists had their own missions. Only a few rank 8 martial artists working together could stall a rank 9. Wu Quishan and Vice-Chancellor Bai were currently the strongest among the remaining rank 8s. They could only rely on them. Beside them, Qin Yaoting took a light breath and smiled. "Count me in. It shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of us to stall the other party." Old Qin Yaoting's current injuries were extremely serious, but he was still smiling. "Why, are the 2 of you looking down on me?" On the other side, Minister Wang, who was even more seriously injured, suddenly spat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our martial arts university's 3 vice-chancellors are going. As the leader, I'll bring you guys along. You can forget about it." Wu Quishan found it funny. "It's a good thing that you don't add to our troubles when you go." Minister Wang was really miserable. His strength was not as good as Wu Quishan and Vice-Chancellor Bai's. His previous injuries were already extremely serious, and now he was hanging on by a thread. He might not be any better than Liemo and the rest. Liemo and the other became skeletons because they could not recover in the bounded domain. In reality, their injuries might not even be as serious as these few now. The deathly stillness in the later stages was also caused by their mentality falling into a semi-dormant state. As the few rank 8s discussed, the rank 9 powerhouses were also discussing in low voices which powerhouses to kill this time. It was best to kill 1 person in each city. This way, the remaining rank 9 would go back to defend the city and not come out. Previously, everyone had always been executing this strategy. As for killing 2 rank 9s in a city, if they really killed 2 rank 9s, maybe a rank 9 from the restricted zone would come and take advantage of it. However, if they only killed 1 person, if the rank 9 from the restricted zone wanted to take advantage of it, it would have to depend on whether the remaining rank 9 agreed or not. Not everyone could own the royal city's giant mine. These guardian monster plants and beasts, as well as these city lords, had actually fought for it and schemed, including the support of their backers, before they became city lords. This even included reaching a consensus with the Guardian clan. This was also an extremely important point. Over at Tianan City, they were already prepared to fight to the death. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping and the rest were also fleeing frantically, escaping from the pursuit of a rank 7 monster. After escaping danger, Qin Fengqing looked sorrowful. He was really starting to lag behind. In the past, his speed was not slower than Ironhead. Now, Ironhead had advanced to rank 6. If he unleashed his full power, he could not catch up at all. In the face of pursuit, it was Ironhead who dragged him along. This made Qin Fengqing very hurt. His only advantage had completely disappeared. Not to mention, compared to Fang Ping, this fellow Fang Ping had too many tricks up his sleeves. His speed had long been much faster than him. When they were almost in the direction of Tianan City, Fang Ping suddenly stopped in his tracks, muttering, "Do you guys think should we go back quietly this time or go back with great fanfare and boast about our achievements? Make a fortune quietly?" Qin Fengqing gave such an answer without even thinking. The harvest this time was great, including him and Li Hansong. When the city was destroyed previously, the harvest was all with Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang said softly, "Make a big commotion. We can't keep a low profile at this time. The more we keep a low profile, the more troublesome the matter in Stellar Sky City will be." Only with great fanfare would they appear to have the confidence. If they kept quiet, it would be easier for problems to arise. Fang Ping nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "The key is the spoils of war. Do you guys think we should take them all out?" "Keep some of them." Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "Keep some of the life essence. However, we can take out the Rose City Lord's corpse. After all, A rank 9 corpse is actually not that useful to us. However, for rank 8 powerhouses, it has a lot of reference value. Maybe we can study it and make preparations for rank 9. Especially this kind of complete corpse, it has a lot of reference value for rank 8 powerhouses. A complete rank 9 powerhouse corpse with flesh and blood intact, only mentality gone. This kind of corpse had a lot of reference value for rank 8 powerhouses. Fong Ping thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Indeed, I can't use it now. I heard that Wan Shan Temple has a rank 9 powerhouses heart core. At that time, I thought it was amazing. Now it seems like it's just average. How about this? I'll take out all the powerhouses' corpses this time, including the 2 rank 7 monster plant corpses. I'll bring the energy stones and other things. These high-ranked powerhouses won't be interested in them. As for the life essence, how much do you think is appropriate?" "Just 30 to 50 caddies will do," Wang Jinyang said casually. Beside him, Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. He asked how much? 30 to 50 caddies. Qin Fengqing looked at old Wang for a while. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Old Wang, are you kidding me? 30 to 50 caddies? Did your family's life essence count by caddies?" He really did not know that Fong Ping had gotten his hands on life essence. Was old Wang starting to learn how to brag now? Fong Ping ignored him. He thought for a while and said, "In this battle, I'm afraid many grandmasters were injured. I don't need to talk about the others, but for the few grandmasters in MCMAU, I have to bleed a little. In the future, when I have a use for it, I have to take some out so that I won't appear out of nowhere and attract attention later on. I'll take 1 bottle then." There were 3 big bottles of life essence. Each bottle was about 50 caddies. Fong Ping used a little of one of them. At the thought of this, Fong Ping took out a huge bottle. This was the bottle that he used a little. Not even 1/3. Even if he shared some with everyone when he returned this time, he would still keep more than half for himself. Seeing Fong Ping take out such a big bottle, Qin Fengqing gulped, then coughed dryly and said, "Such a big bottle. You didn't bring anything in before. Idiot, didn't we destroy a small city?" Fong Ping's face was full of disdain. The catacombs also had energy crystals to make these utensils. There was no doubt at all. Qin Fengqing was actually not here for this. He coughed dryly and said, "What I mean is, you can divide it into many small bottles. I have a lot here. I'll help you fill some. Such a big bottle. How much life essence?" This guy Fong Ping. He definitely did not take out all of it. He was really rich beyond measure. Thinking of him, Qin Fengqing continued to trim his hair, his face mournful. "I only ate a handful of dirt." Fong Ping ignored him. Then he took out the corpses of Rose City's city lord, Tai Mu, Yang Daohong, and the others, including some human remains that he collected earlier. Besides that, he took out the corpses of the rank 7 monster and the bloodthirsty tree monster. This time, Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong were really drooling. This guy's harvest was too big. After that, there were a few dozen caddies of high-ranked energy stones, as well as a large number of middle-ranked and low-ranked energy stones, and some weapons, energy fruits, and the like. Other than the life essence, Fong Ping kept most of it. He did not keep much of the other things. Then, Fong Ping took out a large number of animal skin bags, filling 3 to 5 bags for each person. In the end, Fong Ping lamented, "It's not good to publicize the storage rings. When the government develops storage rings one day, or when other people use storage rings, it won't be so troublesome." Today, storage rings were still legendary artifacts. It was hard to say whether there were any at the top. If Fong Ping really did not hide it, it would be troublesome. If powerhouses took a fancy to it, or if the top came to ask for it, where would he get a storage ring for them? After packing everything, Fong Ping glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Let's go. When we go back this time, I guarantee that everyone will be shocked." Tianan City. Everyone had also discussed their strategy, and decided on their opponents. Lu Fengru looked at Wu Quishan, her eyes red. She wanted to speak a few times, but she did not know how to say it. Because of what happened to her daughter, she hated Wu Quishan for many years. However, when Wu Quishan exposed his divine weapon in the Magic City catacombs and even spread the news that he once passed through Sky Gate City as a rank 8, the hatred in the past had long dissipated. It was not that he did not care about his daughter's death. He just did not say it and did it quietly. It was not easy to bury the hatchet, but now Wu Quishan went to fight a rank 9 with a seriously injured body. Could he still come back alive? Her father was missing, her daughter was dead, and even her husband was ready to die. Why did it turn out like this? Lu Fengru wanted to cry, but she could not. She did not want to cry in front of everyone either. Ever since the death of her daughter, she had never cried again in her life. Wu Quishan glanced at his wife and chuckled. In this life, the first half of my life was carefree, and the second half was sullen. I'm old now, it's time for me to shine. Before his daughter died, Wu Quishan, lived a carefree life. He entered rank 7 early and became a grandmaster powerhouse that everyone admired. His wife was also a powerhouse, and he had a grandmaster father-in-law. Everyone envied his happy family. At that time, there were only 3 grandmasters in MCMAU. Huang Jing had not become a grandmaster yet. The old vice-chancellor had always favored him. He had said long ago that he would take over MCMAU. Becoming the vice-chancellor of one of the big 2 was also an extremely high position. In those years, Wu Quishan really felt that he was living a comfortable life. Even if the threat of the catacombs was still there, he did not feel too much pressure. However, everything changed after that trip to the catacombs. In the next 10 years, he did not live a happy life. Today, he had killed 3 rank 8s and resisted a rank 9. Perhaps this was the most glorious moment of his life. The only regret was that he could not avenge his daughter and left his wife alone. Live well. Wu Quishan hugged Lu Fengru lightly and said softly, "Live well. Don't make me worry." Quishan, Lu Fengru's eyes were bloodshot. After a long time, she said, "I'm sorry." Do we still need to say these things between husband and wife? Wu Quishan smiled and was about to kiss her forehead at this moment. Nan Yunue suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "Wait." Everyone who was about to leave stopped in their tracks. Wu Quishan could not kiss her. He turned his head and glanced at Nan Yunue. "I'm saying goodbye to my wife. Can you not interrupt the atmosphere?" Nan Yunue was the first to notice the problem. Zhang Weiyu quickly looked toward the Forbidden Sea in the south and asked curiously, Why did they come back from there? Why did these guys come back from the Forbidden Sea area in the west?" As soon as he said that, Zhang Weiyu suddenly shook his head. Rank 9 powerhouses all started shaking their heads. Nan Yunue also rubbed her temples and said uncertainly that is rank 9. Rose King's corpse was brought out. A complete rank 9. Even if dead, some characteristics still existed. Not to mention, because of life essence, Rose King's body still had a lot of energy sealed in it. Even if Fong Ping made a hole in it, it healed quickly afterward. A rank 9 corpse like this, and it was so close, it did not feel much different from a living person. When Nan Yunue said this, Zhang Weiyu said nervously, "Is this alive or dead?" A living rank 9 was captured by a few middle ranks? What a joke! If he died, that would be even more confusing. These guys, where did they get a rank 9 corpse? I think it's dead. Nan Yunue was not too sure. Not dead. This energy fluctuation did not seem like a human martial artist. Could it be that this rank 9 had gone crazy? Or was he running toward them? The key was that this energy fluctuation was a little familiar. In the next moment, both of them looked at each other. Rose City Lord. These 2 rank 9s were the first to realize that something was wrong. Soon, the other rank 9s also realized that something was wrong. Then Wu Quishan and the others also felt the problem. Wu Quishan said in a daze. Fong Ping and the others, what's going on? Not long after, everyone saw Fong Ping and the others in the distance. And from afar, Fong Ping roared. MCMAU Fong Ping, leading martial arts university students, killed 4 rank 9s, countless high ranks, destroyed a royal city, to celebrate humanity. Everyone. At this moment, everyone only had one thought. Mother ***, would it kill you not to brag? There were close to 100 grandmasters here, and there were even a lot of rank 9s. You, a mother ***king rank 6, bragged in front of so many of us. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? However, wait until they saw the things they were carrying. Some grandmasters opened their mouths wide. Who was that? Rose City Lord, and 2 rank 7 demon corpses? Furthermore, they were carrying so many bags of all sizes. Just how many things had these few brats robbed? Robbing was not the problem. The problem was that they actually brought it back. After all, in the catacombs, bringing things back was the biggest difficulty. They were still in shock when Fong Ping and the others had already rushed over. From afar, Fong Ping threw the Rose King's corpse far away. There was a rumble. The heavy corpse, like a living person, sat cross-legged in front of everyone. A few rank 7 grandmasters subconsciously took a few steps back. Then their faces flushed red. Mother ***, so embarrassing. They were actually scared. This was not the end. After throwing the Rose King's corpse, Fong Ping also threw Tai Mu's skeleton. Everyone's pupils shrank, another rank 9. After that, Fong Ping threw the 2 rank 8 skeletons, a few rank 7 corpses, including the one he had killed. Finally, without waiting for everyone to ask, Fong Ping took out Yang Daohong's skeleton from his back, sighing, Grandmaster Yang Daohong has fallen in the bounded domain. This student is incompetent, unable to save High Grandmaster Yang, only able to save 2 rank 8 grandmasters who were also severely injured. Bounded domain! High Grandmaster Yang has fallen! This time, even Nan Yunyue and the others were stunned. They were not surprised that Yang Daohong had fallen, but that the people of Polaris City were prepared to die before they entered the catacombs. Everyone was prepared for this. Nan Yunyue was even more shocked. Where did these little bastards say they went? Bounded domain. Traversing half of the catacombs, a few middle-ranked martial artists went to the bounded domain where even the top powerhouses would fall. Most importantly, a few of them came back alive. They brought back the corpses of 2 catacombs rank 9, brought back Yang Daohong's remains, and even brought back countless spoils of war. Were these guys joking? Or were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this moment, no one made a sound. They did not know what to ask. Beside them, Minister Wang murmured, "The life essence is really going to fall." Before he finished speaking, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, and the other rank 9s suddenly set their sights on the big bottle that Fong Ping was carrying on his back. At this moment, Nan Yunyue's eyes were like sharp swords, shining brilliantly. That was really emitting golden light. This was not a joke. But very soon, Nan Yunyue withdrew her gaze, looking at Yang Daohong's corpse. Her gaze slightly complicated, sighing softly. The Yang family still failed? Yang Daohong had fallen. The remains of the top powerhouse could not be retrieved. Compared to Yang Daohong's fall, this matter was more serious. Once a restricted area powerhouse. Thinking of this, Nan Yunyue suddenly looked at Tai Mu's corpse. Was the restricted area powerhouse still alive? At this moment, Nan Yunyue was somewhat unable to suppress the impulse. There were too many doubts, so much so that even a top-rank 9 powerhouse like her wanted to grab Fong Ping and start asking questions. As for Yang Daohong in the catacombs, dying in battle was the norm. As for how to settle him, arrangements would naturally be made after the war was over. Not only Nan Yunyue. At this moment, almost 100 grandmasters were staring at the few people in front of them. What exactly happened? How was Royal City bombed? Where did these rank 9 corpses come from?